I believe everyone is here. Amy, could you do just a little roll call to find out what we have? The screens are all over here.
Yes. Mr. Fuller,
Good evening, I'm here.
Mr. DeLomo, Mr. Manel, Mr. Van Wagner,
Here.
Mr. Ashkenazi,
Here.
Mr. Mamie,
Here.
Mrs. Tallarico,
Here.
Mr. DeGennaro,
Here.
Mr. Puglielli, and Madam Chair.
Here.
Okay, so Mr. Donner, that brings us to 7 members that are voting members.
Hello? Hello?
Yes,
Mr.
Mr.
Trey Bits, if you can, okay, thank you.
That's certainly sufficient. I appreciate that.
Okay, we wanted to get that going. Madam Chair, whenever you're ready.
Okay, we can call to order. Do we need to do an official roll call now? Or did the previous suffice?
I would believe Mr. Steinberg would say we need an official roll call.
Official roll call after we call to
Yeah.
order. Okay, Amy, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Fuller,
Here.
Mr. DeLomo, Mr. Manel, Mr. Van Wagner,
Here.
Mr. Ashkenazi,
Here.
Mr. Mamie,
Here.
Mrs. Tallarico,
Here.
Mr. DeGennaro,
Here.
Mr. Puglielli, Madam Chair.
Here. And if we can stand for a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of
The
the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, the notice requirements of the open public meeting law for this meeting have been satisfied. A copy of the notice having been sent to the Asbury Park Press and the Coaster and filed in the office of the Township. All meetings will be video and audio taped and shown on the Township of Ocean Community Cable Channel, Channel 22 on Verizon Fios, and Channel 77 on Cablevision. We have one continued case, Seaview Corporate Park, Block 149.01, Lot 1.01, 2603 Route 66 in Ocean, Zone 01-20. This is an application to construct and operate a facility providing assisted living, long-term care, skilled care, rehabilitation, and memory care. The construction will require several variances, including lot depth, building height, number of units, parking spaces, among others. The attorney for the applicant is Mr. Jeffrey A. Donner. Mr. Donner.
Good evening, Madam Chair. I believe we're in the portion of our proceeding where Mr. Gazarovski, who represents the Board of Trustees of Nobility Crest, has been cross-examining our witnesses. So I would turn the chair over to Mr. Gazarovski to continue that process.
Okay, thank you very
Mr.
much.
Mark, if I could, it's Rich Van Wagner. I just have to, just so this record's clean, and I'm hoping I'm not mixing applications, but I believe Mr. Gazarovski had an objection to my participating in this matter previously. And that had to do with the active litigation we have with another client. And I don't know if that's something we need to address. I wanted to be fair to all parties, and I didn't even realize it until we started.
I thought that was a different application.
And I can't recall because we had 2 ongoing at that time. And
Rich, I think that was the
Go ahead,
one when
Rob.
you came to Larchwood Minion was the
Right.
one where you were on
Where
that
they-
application.
okay, and he was representing a direct in that situation.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I had that clear before we went further, because I've reviewed from the last meeting the transcript, and it just dawned on me now. I hope I didn't mix the 2 up. So I'm sorry to interrupt everyone.
I
Hey,
didn't-
Mr. Gazarovski.
Are we all squared away with regard to the comments of this gentleman? I mean, you were saying that I'm suing you or suing the other?
No, it's a different matter. Mr. Gazarovski. And
Okay.
I'm sorry I brought it up to interrupt your flow there, but we've got to resolve it.
I think it's important you did bring it up because we want to make sure, since we only have 7 members present, that may affect Mr. Donner's thoughts with regard to proceeding forward. But having said that, I am ready to proceed forward. And I would first state that I have no further cross-examination questions of any of Mr. Donner's witnesses. So I guess we would then proceed to my presentation of my case.
Right, so I can excuse whatever witnesses I have here, because I have a number of witnesses that are in appearance, and if they're not going to be called, I would just as soon excuse them if everyone is agreed to that.
I have a question, Mr. Steinberg. I mean, it may very well be that members of the board, upon the conclusion of
Members of the board may have questions of your experts, Jeff, and I believe there are members of the public that did all the members of the public cross-examine your witnesses?
I believe that members of the
they-
public that were eligible to ask questions certainly asked questions.
Right,
Both
okay.
Mr.
I don't know what you mean by the word eligible. I mean,
Well, because we have a procedure whereby if you're representing the board of Nobility Crest residents are not asking questions, you're asking the questions. But I believe everybody else who wanted to ask a question, my 2 prior witnesses, Mr. Scalo and Ms. Allen, did in fact ask those questions. And in fact, they have been excused because the board asked questions of them as well. I'll leave.
As did the public.
Okay, now let me suggest this, that if in fact the public or the board have questions of any of my witnesses that are here tonight, we should
Let's do
do
it now.
that before Mr. Gazarovski begins his case.
I agree, and then you can excuse your witnesses.
Thank you.
So who do you have here tonight?
I have Mr. Dave Besh, who is our engineer.
Mhm.
Or I should say, Dr. Michael Francis, who's our wetlands and NJDEP expert. I believe that I have Julia Bayek, who is the lead team member on ViEngine that produced our videotape that we showed in our case in chief. I have Mr. John Ray, our traffic engineer. And let me just check in case I'm overlooking somebody. I don't think that I am.
You had a planner, no?
Our planner, Ms. Allen, may be here observing, but she has been fully examined and she has been excused.
As was the gentleman who would run the other.
Mr. Scalo,
Operation.
who is our
Yes.
operations expert.
So why don't we, since Mr. Gazarovski has no questions of your witnesses, maybe if Mr. Besh is here, if anybody has a question of Mr. Besh, either first board members and then public. And let's get that
I
out
want
of
to
the way.
mention one other witness that I omitted. Wayne Lehrman, our architect, will be in here starting about
Okay.
7:30.
Hey, Mr. Steinberg, I have a question, and I'll certainly, you're the board attorney, but my experience has always been that if in fact an objector presents a series of witnesses and or the like, and based upon some of that testimony, the board member may ask a question or want to ask a question of any of Mr. Donner's witnesses, he would be able to do so. I mean, I've never experienced where just because Mr. Donner has completed his case, and I've chosen not to cross-examine, that the board may have questions and public may have questions.
Board had the opportunity for those questions throughout, but I don't want to cut anybody off. So you would prefer to put your case in and then what do you want to do, Mr. Gazarovski?
Well, let's assume in my witnesses an issue is raised or a question is raised, and the board member may say, you know what? Let me ask a question of one of Mr. Donner's witnesses. I mean, it's the way my experience is, that's the way it's done.
I have no problem. Let's let Mr. Gazarovski put his case in, and then we'll figure out we're going to go next, Mr. Donner, okay?
I don't have a problem either. I'm just trying to make sure that people aren't hanging around unnecessarily.
Yeah, I understand, but I can't tell that. And he maybe if for instance, what Mr. Gazarovski is saying is if his planner makes some statements, maybe a board member wants to go back to your planner and ask a question, which he would not have thought about unless Mr. Gazarovski's planner had brought it up. That's what he's basically speaking of. So instead of going back and forth, let's start with Mr. Gazarovski's case and move forward. Then we'll play it by ear as we go along.
Very
How many
good.
witnesses do you have, Mr. Gazarovski?
I have one witness.
Okay, so after that, we'll go to the other part. Okay,
Okay, let me call my one and my only witness, Mr. Gordon Gemma.
Okay, Mr. Gemma.
Right here.
Trying to find, okay.
I'm here.
Um,
And the hand is
okay.
raised.
All right, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth?
I do.
Okay, and you have testified before this board before?
I have testified before this board, but just for the record, my name is Gordon Gemma, Gemma, 68 Seneca Place, Oceanport, New Jersey, and I am in fact a licensed professional planner in the state of New Jersey.
Okay, and we will accept your credentials, Mr. Gazarovski.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Lady. Mr. Gemma, you were retained by me to provide expert testimony with regard to this application, were you not?
Correct.
And are you familiar with the Township of Ocean?
Yes.
Now, you say you presently reside in Oceanport. How close is that to the Township of Ocean?
It's nearby, but the reality is my mother-in-law, and I grew up in Ocean Township. So I'm very familiar with Ocean Township.
Right, you're familiar with its location, its topography.
Yep.
And the basic makeup of the community itself.
Yep.
And you were retained by me to give testimony this evening, were you not?
Correct.
Now, I don't know how many meetings have taken place so far, but have you in fact either been present on Zoom or virtual and or read the transcripts of all of those hearings?
I have.
Okay. And if you recall, at the last hearing, an issue arose with regard to the application itself. And subsequently, I also wrote with regard to that same issue. Now, have you had occasion to review the application that was filed by the applicant in this matter?
I have.
And you're aware of the fact where it says on that application, please print the name of contact person, the name Moshe, M-O-S-H-E Gohar is there.
Correct.
And also with regard to the name of the applicant itself, it's called Seaview Corporate Park Limited with offices at 450 7th Avenue, 45th floor, New York City, New York.
Correct.
Now, in the later part of some of the exhibits is also what is filled out the name of the principals or partners or members of Seaview Corporate Park Limited. Are you familiar with any of those individuals?
No, I am not.
Okay. Now, the application in question deals with a use which is not in fact a permitted use in the Township of Ocean. Correct?
Correct.
And were you present when Mr. Scala gave testimony?
Yes.
Were you present when Mr. Scala also stated that during the course of his preparation for his testimony, he met on several occasions with Mr. Gohar?
Yes.
And you also recall that with regard to the planner, I believe she also testified that on at least one occasion, she met with Mr. Gohar.
Yes.
Objection. I don't think she testified to that.
You object? Oh, the record will speak for
I don't think
itself.
I don't think she
What
testified.
does it matter? You're objecting, you noted it, and at some point in time, we'll read the transcript.
I just think we should be truthful with the board, that's all.
Wait a second.
Okay,
I
gentlemen.
take offense to the word truthful, okay? And if you want to spend a half an hour thumbing through the transcript, that's fine. I respect your objection, and Madam Chair Lady, I'd like to proceed forward.
Please continue, Mr. Gazarovski.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Thank you. Now, Mr. Gemma, did you listen to the testimony of Mr. Scala, who I believe was identified as being a consultant?
Yes,
Now, was any testimony given during the course of the proceeding presented by the applicant where there was testimony from an individual who was going to operate this facility?
no,
Was there any testimony given as to the types of professionals, or was there any testimony from a professional who would be operating and running the operation in question?
no,
Would it be fair to say, without belaboring the point, that this board was provided with absolutely no testimony by an individual who was an owner or an applicant with regard to this application itself?
none of the parties identified as either Mr. Gohar or those identified in the application testify.
So if in fact, at a later point in time, if this board were to give an approval, in reality, while they'd be giving approval to a corporate entity, they would have no knowledge whatever of the individuals who would be running this facility.
The only person testified was Mr. Scala, who identified himself as a consultant.
No knowledge as to what experience the applicant had or has with regard to the running of such a facility.
Mr. Scala gave generalized testimony about his conversations with Mr. Gohar, but other than that, no.
No knowledge if in fact the applicant, if received approval, were to sell this property, who would purchase it and who would run the facility.
No,
Now, Mr. Gemma, can you tell us please whether or not, well, first of all, before you do that, you in fact were retained by my office to give testimony concerning this matter as far as my being an objector's attorney opposing the application.
correct.
And you in fact are being compensated for that, are you not?
I hope so.
You're upset. You're not too sure about me, yeah? So far, so good. Having said that, you have to have a little bit of levity. It's the holidays, right? Having said that, did you have occasion to visit the site?
Yes,
And approximately how many, are you familiar with the site?
I'm familiar with the site. It's on the way to my mother-in-law's house,
Okay,
which
Now-
I don't visit as often as I should.
okay. Now, with regard to the application itself, did you have occasion to review all of the plans that are on file with the board? And did you also listen to and follow the testimony and read the reports of various professionals, both on behalf of the applicant as well as behalf of the municipality zoning board of adjustment?
Yes,
Now, as a part of your review and in part of your preparation to give testimony, did you also review and examine the township's ordinances as it would apply to the site?
yes,
Do you know what zone the property is in?
01-20.
And under the ordinances in question, what are the permitted uses in that zone?
Well, here, it helps to understand that, because it goes a little bit further. It says that the intent of the zone is to, quote, provide the development of professional or general office, medical or dental offices, and limited service uses in Ocean Township on lots 20,000 square foot or larger, to provide for compatible land use relations, to restrict the emission of environmental pollutants, and to provide for safe and efficient flow of vehicles to and from the office research areas. So it's interesting to note that the very purpose of this zone is to restrict environmental impacts as well as allow for safe and efficient flow of traffic. You have to ask, why did the drafters of the ordinance include this as a purpose, which is not included within all the other ordinances in the community? And so that's what the zone indicates that the applicant is seeking. And you have to ask that question in the context of 150,000 cubic yards of evacuation, excavation from the site, 10,000 round trips for dump trucks. Does that meet or address the purpose of this zone?
Well, let me ask you this. Is it your testimony that the proposed use is not in fact a permitted use in the zone?
That is correct. That's why we're here.
What is the significance of that with regard to the necessary variance? Would it be a use variance? And if so, what would be the standards that the applicant would have to provide to this board?
Sure. Let me go to that, but if I can, Ron, let me go to something else because I think it's more dispositive. And that is, there's a few other things that this applicant needs. The applicant needs certain bulk variances. And so we talk about variance, it's supposed to first the use variance, then the bulk variances. And I agree with Jimmy that the majority of the variances are subsumed into the use.
When you say Jimmy, you mean Jim Higgins?
Jim Higgins, I'm sorry. I agree with Mr. Higgins that the majority of the variances are subsumed in the use. However, he does go on to say that, in fact, some of the non-planning variances, landscaping, site conditions, parking, are not. The applicant's got to address that. And so as to these types of issues, it's important, again, when you look at the excessive fill requirement, excessive grading that the applicant is seeking. That's something the applicant tried to address. And so the other variances like parking and landscaping are all variances that, in fact, bulks that the applicant has to address in addition to the use variance. And before you get to the use variance and say what are it's the use variance for an inherently beneficial use, and I'll get to that in a second, there's something else I want to bring out to this board, and I think it's important, and that's the master plan. And I agree, the prior planner for the applicant went through the master plan, talked about goals and objectives, and that's important because you got to look at what a master plan says in order to address the issue, are you advancing a purpose of zoning? And so we're going to look at the master plan, page 7 on the 1990 master plan talks about the land use element. And just to go through them, there's ensure that land development provides a balance of land uses, help maintain a quality of life, ensure that future development occurs in an orderly manner, ensure that future development protects environmentally sensitive areas such as wetlands and steep slopes, ensure that development does not conflict with existing land use. That's all in there. And the applicant's planner probably mentioned these things. And the plan has been amended approximately 15 times since then, with various studies and reexamination reports. And one of them, important, actually looked at senior housing and said, we're seeing how much senior housing we have, and is there sufficient senior housing, how to move forward with that. And so, in fact, in some of the plans, they said one of the goals is to create a balance of senior and non-senior housing. And they talked about areas to rezone for senior housing. And in fact, you did rezone for senior housing, just didn't rezone for it here. And the applicant's planner brought all those things up. However, the applicant's planner missed something. That's a 2004 master plan. And the 2004 master plan specifically examines this property. In fact, that plan references this lot and block and makes the following observations. Now, it says on page 4 of the 2004 master plan that there had been a proposal to develop 116 senior apartments at the site. Now, for a moment, I'll stop there. This is not a senior apartment complex, but the master plan wasn't talking about the use itself. It's talking about the size of the structure. And when you look at it, what it said there, it said that in the master plan, it says that due to steep slopes and the elevation of the property as compared to adjacent property, it finds that, quote, any development on this site will have a high visual impact on the Route 66 corridor, end quote. And it goes on to say further, as access to the site is through one driveway with a steep slope, sounds familiar, quote, it could pose a traffic hazard, especially in winter weather. The development of such difficult access is not appropriate, period, end quote. So the master plan looks at this property and says, don't put a big facility on top of this mound on this property. When Ron asked the planner, has anything changed since 2004? The planner couldn't say anything changed. And I've known this area for a long period of time. Been around, I went to high school in Ocean Township. Not a lot has changed other than the fact that you probably got more traffic going back and forth on that road. So the applicant has a burden to say to the board, hey, you made specific findings. The goals and objectives of the master plan and the findings have been continued. They haven't been changed. And so what changed? There's nothing that's been provided in any way that shows what changed. And in fact, you have a master plan that says, don't put this here. And so that's one of the things it says. And in the 2004 master plan does something else. It does an analysis of senior housing within the township. And on page 11, under the category identified as recommendations, the 2004 master plan makes a specific recommendation to rezone property to the O120 zone and not permit multifamily senior housing on the applicant's property. So you have a few things. In addition, the master plan also says in 2004, we're going to permit AR3/PRD zone in a large section in the northwest portion of the township. So your master plan in 2004 does two incredible things. It says, don't put it here and put senior housing someplace else. Nothing has been offered in any way that counteracts those portions of your master plan. So that's something I think, Ron, that you have to consider when you move forward. The other thing I think is your master plan does provide it defines senior independent living. Your ordinances define senior independent living. It provides guidance as to where they should be. And again, it's not here. So it begins to start saying, this is where the town, not me, a planner, says you should put this type of stuff. And more importantly, where you shouldn't put this type of stuff. And that's, I think, somewhat important and straightforward. So now to get to your question, Ron. Your question is, what is the burden of proof? This is, I concede, an inherently beneficial use. That's what the land use law identifies, these types of use. So Mr. Higgins laid out the standard for inherently beneficial use, and I agree. He determined the magnitude of the benefit. The applicant should demonstrate that there is a need for the facility, both in terms of the number of beneficiaries and its locations within the state. The board can then consider the magnitude of the benefit, and this is part of the application. Second, identify the detriments or potential detriments that will result from the proposed development. Considerations include, but limited to, traffic safety, noise, odors, the provision of light, air, open space, visual impacts, stormwater drainage, environmental impacts, and then provide mitigating measures that will limit or reduce identified impacts. And then you balance these, the positives and the negatives. And in the case of inherently beneficial use, the standards reversed, and the detriments must significantly outweigh the benefits. And so that's the standard you have to apply. As for the bulk variances, there's two tests. There's the C1 and C2. It's by virtue of the undue hardship. It's the C1 test, unique conditions of the site. And the C2 test is flexible C test, where the board is asked to undertake a balancing test of the benefits outweighing any detriments. I want to go back to one other thing, Ron, before we get into the actual application of that, because you had some questions of the applicant's planner and of Mr. Scala. You asked the question, did he ever get a certificate of need? And the answer was no. And you can get certificates of needs. I've gotten them before on behalf of clients, and you can get them before you get site plan approval, before you apply to the board. In fact, myself and Mr. Higgins were recently involved in a case in Homedale regarding another senior facility that obtained a certificate of need before it went into the planning board. Now, why is that? And that is because it does a few things. You have to, in your application for a certificate of need, you have to put down certain items. And those items in the certificate of need are demographics of the area, particularly as related to the populations affected by the proposed project. Ron asked specific questions of the applicant's consultant, Mr. Scala, and he indicated he had undertaken no market analysis, no demographic analysis. He was simply a consultant, and he went on to say that he did not testify about a need and how he defined the need. That's something for experts of a different area than me. Well, the certificate of need would have done that, would have said, this is where we need it, this is why we need it. Certificate of need also talks about the economic status of the service area, particularly as related to special health service needs of the population. They talk about position and professional staffing issues. They talk about the availability of similar services at other institutions in or near the area. These were questions that was asked of the applicant. And quite simply, other than to say, this is what's similar, that was never addressed. And that goes, I think, to the heart of some of the questions you asked earlier on, when you asked me, was there any testimony given as to how this is going to get run, who's going to run it? The answer is no. Certificate of need would have answered that question. The applicant didn't get it. And that puts the board at a bit of a disadvantage, because now you really don't know about the issue of need, of market demand, of how it's going to get run, who's going to run it, and the qualifications of those who do it. And that creates a problem for this board in making a determination when they look at the benefits versus the burdens. So let's go to, if you don't mind, Ron.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Yeah.
And just, I'm trying to, in some way, analogize something to what we just went into with regard to kind of the sophistication of the questions being sought with a certificate of need. Now, the applicant in this particular case needs a use variance, does he not?
Yes.
And there's instances, say, for example, where simply a Carvel is coming in for an application before a board, and they would need a use variance, would they not also?
Yes, they would.
But is there any comparison, whatever, the way that a Carvel would be staffed with help and personnel as compared to what would be necessary to run a facility such as this?
No, not really, Ron. I mean, unless you're selling a whole lot of ice cream, no.
Right. So basically, what the applicant is seeking in this matter is to initially kind of like receive a carte blanche approval to place this facility on this site, despite not giving to the board any of the details of who will be there, who will run it, or anything else of that nature.
I don't know if I'd classify it as carte blanche. The testimony that was given by Mr. Scala talked in generalities, didn't talk in specifics. It analogized to other facilities he had run and been associated with. But as to this site, as to this facility, as to how it's going to get operated, he couldn't testify because he was simply a consultant saying this is what it's going to be similar to, but not specifically how it's going to be done.
Okay, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's go to the burdens of proof, particularly as to the use variance. Rather than simply critique the applicant's testimony, the first step of the burden of proof is the positive goals, the purposes of zoning. The master plan and the reexamination reports recognize the need for senior facilities over time. The question becomes not whether they're needed, the question is where and how big they should be. When asked about size, the applicant's planner can only indicate that the bigger the better because it meets the needs of the population, even though the planner and the applicant concede they had undertaken no studies or inquiries as to this very subject. They've given the board no information as to how big it should be, other than to say, yeah, there's a growing senior population, and therefore this type of facility, broadly defined, is needed in this location. Well, there's no basis for that. There was no studies that were done. And more importantly, the size of this facility indicates the footprint and how big, and it goes to the heart of your 2004 reexamination report, which says a big facility on this location is going to have a specific impact on this block and lot. And it's going to have a substantial one in terms of visual impacts, in terms of runoff, in terms of traffic generation, all the things that it said it's concerned about. In order for the applicant to say Ocean Township failed to meet some reasonable accommodations to permit this type of housing, the applicant needs to make another showing. And the first other showing is it looked at other available properties that have and permit this type of housing. And that it will look at all those houses and it wasn't appropriate there. They couldn't find any property there. There's no way it could go there. Applicant never mentioned that once. Applicant never said, I look in the other zone where it's not the same type, but similar. I look in the other properties that didn't have the master plan saying, don't put it there. to identify and put this type of facility. There was never any testimony of that effect at all. Only testimony that the applicant gave was, I want to put it on this location and this size. Well, that doesn't meet a purpose of zoning. It talks broadly about the need for senior housing. It doesn't provide anything specifically that this board could use and say, all right, I get it, I understand. And while the applicant does not have to make a showing that there is no other potential location in the community for the facility, the Supreme Court, in the case of Price v. Hemj, 2 NJ 263, held that a board's analysis of alternative locations where the use may be permitted is relevant. So you certainly can look at that. This is the Supreme Court of the state said you could. You certainly can consider other locations where other types of senior housing may be permitted to say, why don't they put it there? And they didn't even address it. So that's something I think that the board can take into account. There's a second prong of the positive criteria, that's particular suitability. And the second prong has two parts. The first is to identify detriments or potential detriments, light, air, open space considerations, and why is this site particularly suited for this type of facility on top of the hill that's going to cut about 150,000 cubic yards of fill off of it, other than the fact that the applicant may have some ownership rights to it. Well, that's not a purpose of zoning. It's not prove particular suitability. The applicant didn't go into any depth at all about that important issue. So that's something that I think that you have to consider when making a determination. Did it meet its basic proofs as to the positive criteria? And even if it met its basic proofs as to the positive criteria, it's still a negative criteria. And the negative criteria is two parts of that. First part is, does it have a substantial detrimental impact? There's been a lot of testimony back and forth and a lot of questions. No, it doesn't. We're going to be able to do this safely and efficiently. We're going to cut through the wetlands. We're going to have 10,000 dump trucks full of cut material taken off the site onto the road. You can draw your own conclusions as to that. Certainly the neighbors can draw that. Certainly you talked about the visual impact of this facility with the wonderful video of the trees that, of course, there's no such thing as fall or winter. So I wonder what happened when the trees lose their leaves. But I'm not going to dwell upon those type of negatives. There's a second prong of the negative that for whatever reason, the applicant chose to ignore. And that is, does it have a substantial detrimental impact upon the intent and purpose of your zone plan? And the answer is yeah, because your zone plan, your master plan calls it out and says, don't put a big facility on this specific lot. It's not just something that we're complaining about. It's your master plan in 2004, and it never changed. And so the applicant has a burden of saying, well, not ignore it, but try to say, well, here's what changed. Here's why you should ignore it. Don't just ignore it. Nothing was put on the record as to why you should ignore the findings of fact as made in your master plan that continue to this day to be part of the goals and objectives and the intent and purpose of your zone plan. So I really don't think that the applicant met its burden. The applicant, I think, avoided its burden as to the use variance in terms of trying to tell you what's going on there, because the applicant at the end had a consultant and couldn't really say what it's doing, never did a demographic study, never looked at other property, and never explained why, specifically, when a master plan says don't do it, it should go there. And finally, as to the bulk variances, again, I agree with Mr. Higgins that the bulk variances are mostly subsumed. However, there has to be testimony on the record as to why those site issues, which have nothing to do with the bulks, such as your excess fill requirement, need to be met. What standards? If you say it's an undue hardship, it's on top of a mountain, then don't put the thing on top of a mountain. That's what your master plan says. There's an easy way to cure it. Make it smaller. And there's no testimony why it has to be the size it is, other than bigger is better. That's not the basis for even a bulk variance relief. So for those reasons, I don't think the applicant met burden of proof. I think it's got a real hard issue to address with your 2004 master plan. And I think the applicant should be denied.
Mr. Gemma, you referred numerous times to the 2004 master plan, and I'm sure that the board and everyone realizes the significance of that. But subsequent to that, there were a series of re-examination reports, weren't there?
You're correct.
Now, in any of those reexamination reports, did any of them differ from or make any changes to the stated goals of the 2004 master plan?
There were reexamination reports 2007, 2010, 2014 to the master plan, and all indicate, each one of them, that the original goals and objectives set forth in the 1990 master plan remain valid. None of them say, and by the way, that little nuance about this lot, things change, so it's okay.
Now, let me ask you this further question. You were present when the planner for the applicant testified, were you not?
Correct.
And she was led through a series of questions which were posed by me. Is there anything that was either revealed by her in her cross-examination or in her direct testimony which contradicted the stated goals of the master plan and the reexamination report? Did she attempt to in any way explain away why they would not be applicable and enforceable as to this application?
No, what she did, and to her credit, she said there are certain goals that are somewhat vague, and she tried to say that they were meeting them, not to explain them away. However, it's hard to reconcile all of those with the specific language as found in 2004. And so in particular, the issue of ensure that future development does not conflict with existing land use. I think they didn't spend a lot of time on that one, and that really is something the board should consider, whether this achieves or violates that goal.
Also, there was reference to this issue of age restricted or senior housing. Does the use of the term senior housing, is that identical to, and I'm looking for the proper word to use, with the proposed application for the use which they're proposing? My recollection is that some of the individuals or patients within these facilities will not, in fact, be seniors.
Well, here's what senior housing. Ocean Township has a definition for senior independent living. And it talks about for senior independent living. It says, quote, a residential facility, whether or not licensed by the state of New Jersey, which is a single development consisting of multifamily dwellings and one or more buildings or structures in which at least 80% of the dwellings are permanently occupied by at least one person 55 years of age or over. And it talks about what you have to have in a kitchen space, congregate table. So what it talks about here is senior independent living. It does give a definition of 55 and over for at least one person.
Didn't the township, as a matter of fact, and I'll stand corrected if I'm wrong, make a specific finding that this particular property was most suitable for single family housing?
In 2004, the township said that the size of the facility, not the use, should be, says, quote, this site is not appropriate for age-restricted apartments as proposed, although it would be appropriate for age-restricted single-family residences identical to Cedar Village, which would have a much less dramatic visual impact, provide safe access, could be designed and constructed, period, end quote. That's the 2004 master plan.
Tell me how this proposed use in any way fits in with the direction given by the municipality, both in the master plan as well as the subsequent re-examination reports.
No, it doesn't. It says don't put the big facility on top of that area.
Now, I'm also referring back to the testimony of the planner and dealing with the site elevations and whatnot, and dealing with the construction of a 4-story building. This is accomplished, is it not, by excavating a giant hole in the property?
I believe the testimony from the applicant's engineer was that there was going to be 29 feet of excavation, removal of 150,000 cubic yards of fill that would be accomplished by approximately 10,000 round trips for dump trucks. So, yeah.
So in addition to the normal construction traffic, which would be generated by the construction of a facility, we have all of these dump trucks being specifically geared to the excavation and the reduction of the height of the elevation of this facility by approximately 29 feet.
If you've got to take out 150,000 cubic yards of soil, you got to somehow take it out with something like a dump truck.
Right. Now, having said that, a question was also posed to the applicant's expert with regard to the building itself. And she, I think, kind of touted the idea that they could build a 4-story building, but only have it appear perhaps as a 3-story building by creating this excavation.
Well, you can, I'm sorry, go Ron.
You recall that?
Yeah, I recall it.
Now, but did you also admit that the ultimate elevation, finished elevation, would be roughly the same if you did no excavation and simply built a 3-story building rather than a 4-story building?
And when you asked the question, what was the importance of the size and couldn't it be smaller in that context? Her comment was, given the need, bigger is better.
Now, you also touched on it briefly with regard to whether there were any studies or market reports supporting the need for this type of facility in this location. And the applicant's expert, I believe, indicated that the personal experience, both of Mr. Scala as well as the planner, was that, to their knowledge, no such studies were ever performed. Now, my question to you is, how could you possibly establish the justification for the granting of a use variance when none of those studies were performed?
Well, it becomes hard, because you have to say, not only is there a generalized need for senior housing, which is an inherently beneficial use in and of itself, in the state, you've got to stay in this particular location, it's needed, in this particular area. And you've got to go further and say, I checked all the other places where it could be permitted, and this is why it's needed here. And that's where they have some issues. So there's certainly broad language they relied upon. But specific studies that would have been required had they obtained a certificate of need, have not been provided for this board to make a determination.
Now, also, when we talk in terms of the impact that this will have upon safety, noise, odors, other environmental impacts, if many of those impacts would be completely avoided, putting aside the issue of the use, but would be avoided if, in fact, simply a 3-story building were built at the existing elevation rather than excavating those tens of thousands of truckloads of fill which are being taken out.
Certainly. Good question. One second, Mr. Chairman. I object to the question because I don't believe he has the expertise to make that answer in terms of what a 3-story building would yield versus a 4-story building. Do you have any credential in that regard, Mr. Chairman?
Actually, I'm a builder and developer in Jersey City. And so I'm familiar with site conditions.
Before the board today as a planner.
As a planner. And you're right. So yes and no, and I'll tell you how. Because the question is not just cut and fill. The question is also, would it generate less traffic? And obviously, smaller would generate less traffic. That was one of the concerns that was raised in the context, I think, of Mr. Ray's testimony. How much traffic do you generate? You'd have less people, therefore you'd have less shifts. So certainly in that context, the smaller you make it, the less traffic you would generate in terms of the number of people there, the number of people that would go to supply it, the number of dump trucks trucks for trash. So size, in certain cases, you could make those considerations. But Mr. Don is right that I am not appearing tonight as a builder or developer. I haven't done cut and fill calculations, so I could answer that portion of the question.
Well, Mr. Gemma, isn't it self-evident if the construction on the site did not require the excavation in question because simply a 3-story building was being built rather than the creation of what they identified almost as a cave, that it would have less of an impact upon the surrounding residential uses by obviating the necessity of all of this fill being, number one, first excavated, then loaded, and then taken off of the site, with trucks going onto the site to pick up the excavated fill and trucks leaving the site to take it off the site?
Based upon the assumption set forth in the question, yes, but to Mr. Donner's position, I can't tell you how much less.
Okay. I'm almost through. Now, and I think you covered this, but I think the applicant, through one of his witnesses, indicated that there was to be the issue with regard to the providing of senior housing in the state consistent with the goals of the master plan, but senior housing has in fact been provided in other areas of the municipality, but this particular use, this particular site, it does not fall within the definition of senior housing, does it?
Well, let me step back. The applicant has a broad definition of what it's providing here, and it's providing that it's trying to provide housing primarily geared towards senior citizens. But you're right, there could be others there that are not seniors, and not the same type of facility, but senior facilities are permitted in the AR-3 PRD zone, which is a large zone in the northwest portion of the township. And so it's permitted elsewhere, not exactly the same type of use, but this is a hybrid use as been defined, but senior housing has been identified and permitted elsewhere.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I proceed with the cross-examination of Mr. Chima.
Please.
Mr. Steinberg, respectfully, and perhaps I'm wrong, and I'll admit to that, doesn't the board have the opportunity to ask questions first?
Yeah.
I don't think so. They do? Before I cross-examine? That's not how we've been doing it.
Then it doesn't matter. The board will get their questions. So why don't we have Mr. Donner cross-examine? He may be asking some of the questions the board would be asking, and they certainly have the right to ask after that.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Mr. Gemma, how are you this evening?
I'm fine, sir. And yourself?
I'm very well. Thank you for asking. I just want to clarify a couple of things, and I think you touched upon it in regard to my question where I objected. You're here as a professional planner.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
You are not posing yourself as a witness in terms of measuring environmental pollutants.
I'm not.
You're not here to judge what kind or amount of traffic would be generated by the project.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Jeff.
You would not be here to, in your expertise, judge how much traffic is going to be generated by the project.
Other than to read Mr. Ray's report and listen to Mr. Ray's testimony.
Okay, but you don't have the expertise to critique Mr. Ray's analysis or his testimony, do you?
Not in terms of generation, nor in terms of distribution as a traffic engineer. But certainly as traffic impacts planning aspects, I do believe I do.
But you'd have to use the planning, the traffic quantity for planning aspects that are given to you by someone like Mr. Ray, correct? You couldn't determine those for yourself.
You're in terms of the trip generation models, I'm not here to do that, but in the context, that's a great point, Mr. Don. Let me just try to explain a little bit better. In Mr. Ray's testimony and in his traffic generation studies, he talks about the 3 shifts. And he talks about them having de minimis impacts, not because of as much as the amount that's generated. He makes an assumption. It's in the study. This study is that those shift change will take place over an hour. Now, I can't argue about John and say, John, look, sorry, that number's wrong. But I can say, John, as a planner, it's probably not going to take place over an hour. It's probably going to take place in a shorter period of time because people aren't going to hang out. They're being paid little wage, and their shift is over. In my experience as a planner and as a person who's familiar with these types of facilities, they leave. They don't hang out. So that whole issue of spreading the number of cars, which I can't argue about, over the hour, I can sort of say, I don't know if I agree with that one. That's on general observation. But that's the distinction, I guess, Jeff.
In making that observation, though, you do understand that Mr. Ray was using the set shifts that are going to be used at this facility. 11 to 7, 7 to 3, 3 to 11. And in those shifts, you do have specific employees that are on duty. And once their shift is over, they leave in order to proceed home wherever they have to go. You understand that was the basis for Mr. Ray's. Well, let me finish. Let me finish. Understand that was the basis for Mr. Ray's determination as to what would be the peak hours of usage in terms of this facility. You do understand that, correct?
And here's where I'm a little bit
Let me object to
Well, can you
that.
answer my question? Did you understand that? That was the basis for his analysis.
Well, and here's why I'm confused. If I don't, I'm trying to be argumentative, Jeff, but
No, but I'd like you to answer my question.
I'm
Do you
trying.
understand that or not?
I understand what you said, but what you said is a presupposition. And what you said to me and asking me that question said, Mr. Ray made these conclusions based upon the utilization of what's going to take place at the facility. Well, the problem with that assumption is John was told or used basic data, but no one here testified, this is how we're going to do it. So I understand what John did. I understand the basis for what he did it, but I can question the base. I can question, well, these are just things he was told that would otherwise take place from someone who's not an operator, how it's going to take place.
Well,
And that's the
Mr.
concern.
Scalo did testify specifically about these 3 shifts, about the number of employees, and exactly about how this facility is set to be operated. He gave that testimony, correct?
No, what he's testified, just to be clear, and I maybe I got it wrong, and I apologize. He said, this is how it works in other places. This is how it works in my experience. What he didn't say is, this is how it's going to work here, because he couldn't. When he was asked the question, are you going to operate it or are you a consultant? He said, I'm a consultant. And this is how it works elsewhere. And so that's the basis of saying, well, maybe as a planner, well, I can't argue about generation and distribution. I can say maybe some of those numbers are not accurate in the impact.
So your point is that Mr. Scalo, who gave testimony regarding these factors on this facility, those aspects of testimony may not be applicable because whoever may come to own this property may choose different shifts or may use some other methodology of operation. Is that your point?
That's the point I'm making. Yes, sir.
Okay, but you have no idea what those methodologies might be, or if in fact they would differ from anything that Mr. Scalo said. As you sit here today. Is that
That's
correct?
100% correct. I have no idea, nor does this board.
Okay, thank you. Let me move on. You certainly have been very clear in laying out what the extent of your expertise is, and I would assume also that you do not have any expertise in drainage facilities or how well we have handled the impact of stormwater for this site. Is that correct?
That is, as a planner, I cannot testify to that. Correct.
In fact, do you even know anything about the stormwater system that we are proposing on this project?
Other than to listen to
Never
the,
gave testimony with regard to that.
No, I think he definitely gave testimony in terms of noting these things out as impacts that are encompassed by the master plan. And
Yeah,
and he touched upon various.
I agree with that. He opened the door for that. Continue, Mr. Donner.
So Mr. Gemma, do you have any idea of the stormwater drainage and storage system that is being proposed for this project?
other than the testimony of Mr. Besh that I was here and I listened to.
You do recall that all of the stormwater is going to be stored underground, do you?
That's correct.
Recall that? And you also recall that it's being directed away from the already overtaxed system that is being used by both Nobility Crest and Cedar Village. You did hear that, correct?
That is correct.
You also heard that it was going to be stored in massive quantities underground and released very slowly into the stormwater system on Highway 66. Did you hear that?
I heard the testimony of Mr. Besh, yes.
All right. And so you don't have any expertise to determine whether or not that would be a burden or in some way be something that would be a negative criteria under the master plan, do you?
Just to be clear, so that we're saying the same words.
Mhm.
When I read the language of the master plan, it said, and I just want to read it again so I make sure I got it right. It said, at any development of the site will have a high visual impact on Route 66 And it said, as access to site is through one driveway with a steep slope, it could pose a traffic hazard, especially in winter weather. The development of such difficult access is not appropriate. That was the master plan language. What I
Well,
think
first
you're
of all,
referring
I
to.
was asking you about stormwater. I wasn't asking you about
I know
steep
that, but
access.
there was a question about what I testified to. And I want to make sure it's clear that I did not testify as to stormwater. I testified as to the language of the master plan, which talked about those items I just read. That's what I want to be clear.
Are you aware, as you sit here today, what the grade would be in the proposed main driveway coming up to the facility from Cedar Village Boulevard? You know what those gradients are?
Not in front of me. I haven't looked at the plan in a while, so I could testify to that.
Did you hear Mr. Besh's testimony that they are well within the gradients that are used in everyday life, and also in many aspects even meet what the gradients are for handicapped individuals?
I heard Mr. Besh's testimony.
Okay, so you're aware of that.
Yes.
By the way, you talked about your review of the master plan, and you talked about this particular site, and your conclusion was that the master plan is concluding that don't put a big facility on top of this mountain. That was your testimony, was it
Yes.
not? Okay.
Yes.
Now, you also talked about the zoning ordinance in Ocean Township, and that this is the zone of 0-1/20 office.
Yep.
You testified to that, correct?
Yep.
Are you aware of what the permitted uses are in this zone, and that they include the following: office buildings for executive or administrative purposes, laboratories similar but not including manufacturing, biological, chemical, dental, pharmaceutical, and general research, data processing and computer operations. And in addition, are you aware of the fact that there is an overlay for senior citizen apartments on this very site as part of this zoning ordinance? You aware of all that?
I am aware of what the permitted uses are in the zone. Yes.
Okay. And they exist and have been passed by our governing body in Ocean Township in light of the master plan portion that you have cited to us. Because this zoning ordinance, let me just finish. This zoning ordinance does in fact follow the 2004 master plan, does it not?
That's correct. In 2004, it made that change.
Okay. Now, you mentioned also certain aspects of the master plan. Did you hear Ms. Allen, our planner, talk about the fact that our project meets many of the objectives of the 1990 master plan?
What I testified,
including providing adequate, affordable, and a balanced supply of housing types for the current and prospective population of the township?
what I
give you testimony on that?
said was that
Now,
she,
please
in
answer
fact,
my question. Do you
no.
recall
What I
I
said.
know what you said. I know what you
Okay.
said.
Yeah,
But I'm asking you, do you recall what Ms. Allen said
yeah,
about this aspect of the 1990 master plan? That's really a yes or no.
no, it's not, because it doesn't fully answer your question. So let me
Mr.
answer your
Steinberg, can
question.
I get a ruling here? Because I don't need dissembling. I need somebody to answer my questions.
Can you give me the question again?
Yes. Give you, what you want me to do, give you the question
Question
repeated?
again.
But I think your question was, did you hear her testimony?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
answer.
did you hear a
Yes.
testimony about the aspects of the master plan, including that we meet the goal of providing an adequate, affordable, and balanced supply of housing types for the
Yes.
current and prospective population of the township? You did hear that, correct?
Yes.
You also
One of the
heard that
goals as one of the goals of the master plan.
right, you heard
Okay.
that. Okay, you also heard, did you not, that one of the goals is to ensure that land development in the township provides a balance of land uses which will help maintain the quality of life within the township for all of its current and future citizens? Did you hear her testify to that?
Yes.
Did you hear her testify to the fact that under the master plan, we meet this goal to ensure that future development in the township provides for the protection of environmentally sensitive land as identified in the conservation element of this plan? Did you hear her testify to that?
Yes.
Okay, now, were you here when our NJDEP wetlands expert Dr. Francis testified regarding the general permit that we qualified for to make slight alterations to the to the wetlands in order to have our temporary construction access. Did you hear his testimony?
Yes,
Did you hear and note that he said that we qualify without a doubt for that general permit because we are disturbing less than 1/4 of an acre? Did you
yes,
hear that testimony?
yes.
I want to go back to a couple of things that you mentioned. You said that in this review.
I thought there was going to be a question posed to Mr. Gemma. What's the
Well,
question?
I thought that I'm in the process of doing that, Mr.
Okay.
Gazarovski.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gemma, getting back to my question to you, you were talking about the 2004 master plan and how it talked about steep slopes, high visual impact, posing a traffic hazard in winter weather. And you said that nothing had changed on the site since the 2004 master plan. Was that your testimony earlier
No.
this evening?
No, Mike, just so we're clear, what I said when asked that when your planner was asked that specific question, had anything changed since 2004? She said no.
But our plan itself talks about significant changes because you keep on talking about 10,000 truckloads of excavated dirt, which, by the way, I didn't hear anyone's testimony being that much. But assuming that we're going to do the excavation from 139 down to 110, 29 feet, that takes out a lot of the concern about steep slopes, does it not? Bringing the construction envelope down to a uniform level where we don't need those kinds of elevations in order to transit to and from the building envelope. Do you understand that?
Well, if I couldn't testify about these steep slopes, because I'm not a builder here, I really can't testify as to that. We'll make it safe, Jeff.
Okay. Did you also hear, however, that both Mr. Besh and, well, I think Mr. Besh principally testified to the fact that this excavation that we're talking about is not specific necessarily to our project. It would be what would be necessary for any project to come in and to use this land. Did you hear that testimony?
I heard him say those words.
Okay. Now, we're proposing a project for assisted living, long-term care, rehabilitation, and memory care. Is that correct?
That's what the application indicates.
You define that as senior housing, the way the term is normally used?
No, it's not a term normally used, but it's a broad spectrum of people that would not necessarily be all senior.
All right, so your analogy to senior housing in your direct testimony with Mr. Gazarovski really has no applicability to our project because we're not senior housing. Do you agree with that statement?
Absolutely not. Because what I said was in the 2004, it said the site is not appropriate for age-restricted senior housing. And then I said that I can see this is not what you're building. That's not what the point was. It's not what's being put in there. It's the size of what's the structure that's being used there. That's what I said. So that was a specific point that I made.
Now, our project has a use that I just outlined for you that is not allowed anywhere in the township. Is that correct?
It's not defined. That's correct.
It's not defined as a permitted use in any of the zones of the township, correct?
It is not correct.
Okay, so when you talk about the fact that we may need certain bulk variances, even though many of them are subsumed in the use variance, but you identified things like landscaping and parking as variances that would not be subsumed. Do you have a specific standard that you're using to determine whether we require a variance for landscaping or parking?
Mr. Higgins in his report indicates that certain of the requirements are not subsumed and should be addressed. He doesn't provide a standard, but he indicates they should be addressed. And I agree with Mr. Higgins.
Are you aware of the fact that we have been asked to reduce the number of parking spaces we propose and to green bank as many as 10 or 15% of them? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of the conversation that took place.
In terms of landscaping, are you aware of any shortcut or methodology that we're using that would somehow understate the landscaping that we're providing?
I'm not aware of any shortcuts.
In fact, are you aware that Mr. Higgins is making us use specific counts and not estimates that average the amount of trees to be replaced? Are you aware of that fact?
I'm aware that Mr. Higgins has certain requirements.
Now, you did hear Mr. Scalo's testimony, including the credentials that he stated he had in this industry of assisted living, long-term care, rehabilitation, and memory care. Did you not?
Yes.
Did you hear that he is, in fact, the vice chair of the largest, quote for what you want, professional group of assisted living providers that includes something like 15,000 separate facilities? Are you aware of that?
I am aware of his credentials.
Are you aware of the fact that he is a principal and has either founded or been responsible for the operation of 6 separate assisted living, long-term care, rehabilitation, and memory care facilities? Are you aware of that?
That's what he testified to.
Okay. Are you further aware of the fact that while he said he did not make an official market study, that he did take a look and surveyed 20 or more different facilities in Monmouth County, all of which were in excess of the market area for a given assisted living facility like ours? Did you hear him give testimony to that?
I heard him say that he took a generalized study. And
Are you also,
but nothing specific.
Are you also aware of the fact that when Mr. Higgins' own wife needed memory care assistance, that to his chagrin, he had to leave the township? Mr. Gazarovski, please don't interrupt me. That he had to leave the township to get that kind of care for his wife. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of the issues that Mr. Higgins went through.
Are you aware of the fact that my own mother, who lived in the township for 66 years, when she needed these facilities, had to leave the township and come live down by Jackson Township with me in order to get the care that she needed? Are you aware of
Jeff,
that?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
not aware of
it was in my opening argument, but thank you.
Okay.
I think everyone will remember what I said to that effect. Do you have any ability, Mr. Gemma, to make a determination that there is not a sufficient need in the township of Ocean for the facility that we are proposing?
Do I have any ability to prove a negative?
To conclude that there is not sufficient need for this facility that we're proposing in this township?
That was not my testimony, no.
Okay. And bear with me 1 second, please. Are you aware of the testimony that Mr. Dash gave regarding the genesis of why our proposal calls for a 4-story building instead of a 3-story building?
I vaguely remember that, but I don't, not with specificity.
Do you remember the fact that when we had conceptual meetings with professional staff in the township and members of the government at that time, that there was concern that we go up rather than out in order to not have excessive impervious coverage on this site? You remember any of that testimony?
I remember Mr. Best speaking in that context.
Are you aware of the fact that Mr. Scalo testified to the fact that by going up instead of out, we are reducing the number of feet that residents of our facility will have to traverse several times a day to get from their units to things like dining, rehabilitation, or entertainment, or the other things that they want to do? Are you aware of that?
If the footprint is smaller, yes, he testified to that.
Are you aware of the fact that if in fact we went out wider instead of taller, that we would be taking out much of the current screening that would conceal our building from the rest of the surrounding properties, including Nobility Crest and Cedar Village? Are you aware of that?
I can't come to the conclusion other than what Mr. Besh testified.
Mr. Jim, I want to thank you for your time. I don't think I have any further questions at this point.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, are there board members? Oh,
Right. Yes,
oh,
that's what I was gonna
okay.
tell you, board member.
Board members with any questions? Okay, I have a question. Mr. Higgins, in reference to the content of the 2004, the master plan, is that still the most, I guess, current document as a reference? I just want to make sure that I'm not missing.
Yeah. No, that is
a
still a
year.
current document for reference. And I do have a couple of things I have to say about that. First of all, I do want to correct something that Mr. Donner said. He said that senior apartments are permitted on this site. And in fact, I did just review the zoning word map a few minutes ago, just to make sure I didn't think there was something, I didn't miss something, but senior apartments are not permitted on this site. Only only a planned adult community, which is the age restricted communities such as Cedar Village and Rolling Meadows, would be permitted on this site. Senior apartments are not permitted. The 2004 master plan reexamination did make a recommendation that a large building, a 3-story building, not be permitted on this site. And again, one thing that Mr. Gemma did not mention is that in the master plan, it talks about the elevation of that site being leveled to 95 feet. It does not discuss what the actual elevation of the site was at that time. But I think when you look at the aerials of the site and based on testimony earlier in this application, I believe the site was actually filled considerably from that time. But the elevation that was going to be built at that time was 95 feet. And the master plan found that a 3-story building would have too much visual impact in that area to be permitted on the site. What's being proposed here now is a building at elevation 110 feet. So that's 15 feet higher. And it's a 4-story building. And Mr. Donner is correct in that in initial meetings with township professionals, the then board engineer suggested that they go up to 4 stories rather than 3 to make the footprint smaller and have less impervious coverage. But he was not necessarily saying that would still be an acceptable solution. He felt that was better than spreading the impervious coverage on the site out even more. But the one thing I did want to, 2 points I wanted to make is that senior apartments are not permitted on this site in the current master plan, and they were discouraged and recommended not to be allowed on the site in the current zoning ordinance, and they were recommended not to be on the site in the 2004 master plan, and that still stands. And the ordinance was amended in 2005 to adopt the recommendations of that reexamination in 2004, which also included expanding Nobility Crest to where the second phase of Nobility Crest, which has just recently been constructed, could be built.
Okay, thank you. Any other board members with questions? Okay, I am not seeing or hearing anyone. Mr. Steinberg, if I'm correct, we ask public now?
Questions only of Mr. Gemma's testimony.
Okay, if anyone from the public has a question, if you can use the reaction feature to raise your hand. If you're not familiar with that feature, if you can just sort of wave, I'll scroll through the screens. Okay, I am not seeing or hearing anyone. Okay. And I believe, Mr. Gazarovski, you said that that was your only witness?
That's correct.
There is a hand up now. David Tribitz.
Okay, Mr.
Sure.
David Tribitz, if you can state your name and your address, and
He's muted.
you'll have to unmute yourself.
David Tribitz, 7 Center Streets, 6304, Ocean, New Jersey.
Okay, and what is your question for Mr.?
Well, my
Gemma?
question is, I don't understand the relevance of all what's going on. If the master plan says it's not allowed, it's not allowed. There's no variance or anything saying, well, if this is good and this is good, we could do it. It says it's not allowed, and I don't understand what all the other things have to do with it if it's not allowed.
Okay, that's not really a question for Mr. Gemma. It's a legal question, basically. And the applicant has the right under case law to prove that although, and zoning ordinances proscriptive in New Jersey, they tell you what you can do. They don't tell you what you can't do usually. They tell you only what you can do. In this instance, they cannot construct what they're asking to construct in this zone. They do have the right to provide under case law and the municipal land use law proof that for specific reasons that this type of facility can be permitted in this zone based upon different case laws and statutes. And that is what the applicant is trying to do. He has a right to do that.
So he is trying, so what he's trying to do now is change the master plan.
I'm not trying to change the master plan. He is trying to prove that based upon the need and the positive criteria outweighing any negative criteria, it is something that this board should grant on a case-by-case basis. And that's the way we do it under the Board of Adjustment, on a case-by-case basis after appropriate proofs are presented.
Okay, and do you feel the appropriate proof has been presented? If we couldn't do it, if we couldn't do it,
I don't make that decision. The board makes that decision, and will only do so after the entire case is put in by both Mr. Donner and anybody else who wants to testify one way or the other, and then the board will weigh the evidence and make a decision.
Okay. All right. I was just saying if we weren't allowed a 95 foot, now we're going 110. So the board evidently knocked down the 95 foot already, right? So it.
Not the board, the master plan.
Yeah, the master plan.
Set some numbers, but we're beyond that at this point. It is a guideline, the master plan, and the applicant has a right to make a case why there should be an adjustment in the zoning ordinance, which is what we do as the Board of Adjustment.
I see. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mark, I'm going to make one comment to that, please.
Okay.
Thank you. And that is, you made a statement that if it's not, it doesn't prohibit things, the ordinance, and that's actually not altogether accurate. Because section 21-20.20 of the ordinance says, quote, all uses not specifically permitted in a zone are specifically prohibited in that zone.
Yes.
So there is an affirmative statement, and I know there's the proofs, we have to go through that, but there is an affirmative statement saying if not permitted, it is prohibited, and that's in your ordinance. And that's in a statement of intent on behalf of the ordinance. as to how you treat uses that are not otherwise included.
Only uses that are permitted under the ordinance can go forward.
Right,
But
but
the applicant has a right to make a case for those that are not permitted.
100% correct. The only reason I bring it up,
Okay.
Mark, is that Ocean Township, like a lot of towns, uses prohibition language as well in their ordinance about non-permitted uses.
I grant you that, but the applicant still has the right then to make a
Unequivocal.
case, to the contrary.
Unequivocal. I agree.
Mark, I have a follow-up question for Mr. Gemma based on his statement.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Mr. Gemma, in your role as a planner, you're not here as an attorney, are you?
Nope.
And you're not holding yourself out as somebody that can interpret the meaning of the zoning ordinance on a legal basis versus cases that are handed down by our Supreme Court in New Jersey. You hold yourself out with that skill?
Well, a planner is supposed to know what case law and supposed to be able to apply it.
But do you hold yourself out as a person that has the skill to interpret a legal ordinance and determine what that ordinance says in conjunction with case law in the state?
Yes.
You're holding yourself out as that expert.
Yes.
You aware of the Sika case versus
Yes.
Board of Adjustment,
Yes.
Wall Township?
Yep.
It's true, is it not, that the Sika case lays out a specific formula for determining whether or not a use variance should be granted?
For an inherently beneficial use, correct.
In fact, bear with me a moment.
Please.
The Sika case lays out a formula in which it first takes into consideration the importance of the use that is being applied for to the public benefit. Is that true?
Right. I
Then
believe
it
I used the
determines,
term, just to be clear, I use the term determining the magnitude of the benefit.
okay. Then it determines what the positive criteria are for the project. Correct?
Yes.
Then it determines what negative criteria there are in the project, correct?
Correct.
Then it determines whether those negative criteria can be in any way minimized or lessened by certain steps or procedures, correct?
They use the term mitigating measures, correct.
And then finally, where the positive criteria, the public benefit, the mitigating features outweigh the negative, the project does in fact under Sika qualify for use variance, correct?
I think what I actually testified, Jeff, is a little bit more in your favor. In the case of inherently beneficial use, the standard's reversed. And so the detriments must substantially outweigh the benefits.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
But that is in fact the formula, that is the
That's-
governing formula in the laws of our state.
That is the
Matters
case
such as
law.
ours.
Right, that is the case law from Sika of inherently beneficial uses.
And it was handed down by our Supreme Court of New Jersey in 1992.
It was handed down in 1992. That is correct.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I do see Patty Kronheim. Hope I pronounced that correctly. State your
Yes.
name and address, please, and your
Yes, Patty.
question for Mr. Gemma.
Yes, Patty Kronheim, 486 Stafford Street in Ocean Township. Mr. Gemma, I heard you comment on how many trucks there would be in the construction aspect of this project. I believe you mentioned 10,000. I'm wondering how you came upon that number. And that's a two-part question. And the second part of the question I'd like to ask is, has there been any analysis of the impacts, in addition to traffic, but the impacts of that number of trucks on air quality in the area of Ocean Township, particularly VOCs, fine particulate matter, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and the additional carbon, which ironically would impact senior citizens and the youth of our township more than anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Patty. And the answer is I did, the number came not from me. It was, I believe, testified on the cross from Mr. Beshman, who was asked questions about how many trucks. And they came to some calculation, and I think that's where the number came. I'm trying to remember exactly. And did I do an independent air analysis for, did I do an
Did
independent?
anyone do it? Because
Not that
think
I did not,
way
nor am I
back.
aware of anybody having done that analysis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other
Close.
members from the
We don't
public with questions
have a
for
calculation
Mr. Gemma?
coming.
Right,
In
but
other
that's
words,
how-
we
that's how-
already, yeah.
that's
Mr. Tribetz, if you can
In other
please
words,
mute,
We said it's 10,000. We don't
if we
have
can
to-
please mute
because if we
Mr.
figure out the
Tribetz.
Calculation and it comes out less. it's not gonna help
Mr.
us.
Tribetz.
Thank you.
I have one question.
Who is, oh,
It's-
yes.
Ms. Tallarico. I was just wondering, what would be the closest facility that would be similar to what is being proposed? Where is it the closest to ocean?
Yeah, Grace Ann, I'm not sure that Mr. Gemma is representing those opposing the application. And I'm not sure he has that information. He can answer the question if he can, but that would be something for the applicant to advise, I would think.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I am not aware of Ms. Tallarico.
You don't know,
I don't
Gordon,
know.
right?
I don't know.
It's an appropriate question.
Right.
But
I don't know.
Not
nor
to
do
him.
Mark, I can supply that answer based on Mr. Scalo's testimony.
Okay,
If you want.
just tell,
Mr. Scalo testified that the closest facility is 7 to 8 miles away from our site, which exceeds the market area for facilities of this type of nature.
and I think, Mr. Donovan, there was a follow-up question to that. What about the facility they're building on Route 36 and Wyckoff Road? Which I think is.
I don't think
not finished.
anyone really knows about that facility and exactly
Okay.
what it's going to be, but even if in fact it is being built there, there's no indication that would lessen the need for our facility.
Can I have a follow-up question? I just Googled memory care, and there's actually one on Bound Road in Ocean called Millennium
Yes.
Memory Care. Is that similar to what we're talking about, or how is that different?
I can answer
By
that.
the
Mark,
way,
if you'd like.
by the way, that was approved by this board as an inherently beneficial use in a zone in which it was not permitted. But it is a very small facility. But that's how it became in that area. It was some of the conditions were it be, and Jim may chime in, I think it'd be residential in nature looking, like a big residence.
That's correct. And it's limited
and
to
it's about-
memory care.
And it's limited memory care and how many beds?
Not similar to this facility, except in that one very, very limited aspect.
Yeah, and it's small, isn't it, Jim?
Yes, it is. I think.
16 beds.
Yeah. not
16?
16,
16
yeah.
beds.
Yeah.
16 beds.
So it looks like a large house.
That was our purpose, I think,
Yeah.
of the board at that point, yeah.
Mhm.
And does that help you, Gracia?
Yeah, it's located right at the intersection of Bound and Asbury Avenue.
Yeah,
Right.
thank you.
So I guess your question would follow up to Mr. Donner. That memory care type of facility would be in this proposed facility also. A smaller dependable section, depending upon the need. In your
Just to
facility
give
also.
you, just to give you a sense of the need here, we're proposing 40 beds for memory care, which is what this other facility provides with 16 beds. So their 16 beds are totally used. We're talking about 40 beds only. And I think we can appreciate some scale here and some at least indication of the potential need for this kind of facility.
Mr. Stein, Mark, can I just add one thing to this, please?
Sure.
Thank you. And that is, in addition to senior assisted living, the ordinance also has a definition of family daycare home as defined in the municipal land use law, NJSA 4055D-66.5B. It's the Blake Gardens case. And that says, by statute, this type of use, these small memory care facilities, are permitted in all residential zones in Ocean Township. and they are for developmentally disabled community residents, for persons with head injuries, and adult family care homes for elderly persons. So people with with memory care issues, Alzheimer's, and forms of dementia fall within that category, and they are permitted within every residential zone in Ocean Township.
Is there a limit to the
But,
number
but,
of
but
beds?
Mr. Gemma, that doesn't include assisted living. It doesn't
No.
include rehabilitation. It
Nope.
doesn't include the other services that we're talking about.
No,
We're
that does,
talking
it does not, but
about
as to the issue,
memory care with dementia.
it's what it is. It's a community resident for developmentally disabled. So it's not as narrowly defined, Mr. Donna, as just that, but it does include those types of things. That's correct.
Is there a limit on the number of beds?
I think it's the Blake Gardens case, Mark. It's 16 beds.
Yeah, that's correct. And just as an aside, Blake Gardens is the same entity that owns the facility at the intersection of Bound and Asbury in Ocean Township.
Okay, are there any other questions? Board members or the public?
I have a couple of comments. I think I need to correct some statements that have been on the record. That
Okay.
have come up tonight. The first, and this is something I just realized tonight, is, and I had agreed with the applicant that this assisted living is not permitted anywhere in the township, and I was wrong. I'd like to say it's the first mistake I've ever made, but it's not. In fact, the township permits, and I'll give you the definition. Well, first of all, there are two definitions of senior living facilities in the ordinance. One is a senior citizen apartment, which is a senior citizen apartment for people, at least one person age 48 and older. But the second is called a senior independent living facility. And the definition of that starts out, it shall mean any residential facility, whether or not licensed by the state of New Jersey, which is a single contained development consisting of multifamily dwelling units and one or more buildings or structures in which at least 80% of the dwelling units are permanently occupied by at least one person 55 years of age or over, and every unit shall be occupied by at least one person 48 and older. And it goes on with several other things that comply with federal law and fair housing. But basically that's a facility, because whether or not licensed by the state of New Jersey would be an assisted living facility. That definition fits assisted living facilities. And those facilities are permitted in the township in the AR3 PRD zone. So an assisted living facility would be permitted in the township in the AR3 PRD zone. And the other thing I would like to correct too is as far as the discussion of the Sika case. And some of the board members are probably aware of the Sika case and some are not. And some of you may be aware of the fact that I was actually the planner on the Sika case. That's one of my claims to fame in the planning community. But the Sika case was decided in the early 1980s by the Supreme Court, and they came up with a balancing test. That balancing test did not specifically address consistency with the master plan. I think the Supreme Court sort of assumed that would be included in the balancing, but I don't recall anything in the decision that specifically says that. However, later, several years later, probably in the 1990s, I believe it was, the municipal land use law was amended. And I'm trying to find, here we go. It was amended specifically with regard to use variances. And basically this is in terms of a use variance, a D variance, D1 variance more particularly, which is what this application is for a use that's not permitted in a zone. It says, no variance or other relief may be granted under the terms of this section, including a variance or other relief involving an inherently beneficial use, without a showing that such variance or other relief can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and will not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance. The zone plan and zoning ordinance is the master plan and the zoning ordinance together. That was put in there specifically because the state legislature wanted boards to consider the master plan specifically outside of that SECA balancing test. So that's something where you can do the SECA balancing test at the same time when you're looking at whether or not there's substantial detriment on the master plan. It's very hard for an applicant to make corrections to an application to try and reduce the magnitude of detriment when you're talking about something that's just inconsistent with the master plan. We'd have to materially change the application, in my opinion. So that's something for the board to also look at and consider and deliberating.
May I just note two things very respectfully? Assisted living is not independent living. Assisted living differs from independent living because the people in assisted living are not fully functional. Not fully functional, and they need assistance on certain key factors, such as showering, such as dressing, such as medication. And independent living means exactly that. It means living independently without that assistance. So I respectfully would disagree that assisted living is within the definition of independent living. And I'd like to say just.
Can I please comment on that before I get to your
Yes, of course.
Yeah, surely. I don't disagree with you, except for the fact that in the definition of independent living in the Ocean Ordinance, it references the fact that it's whether or not state licensed. Independent living is not state licensed. Assisted living is state licensed. That's why when I looked at that definition, the light bulb went on, and I believe that definition does encompass assisted living, even though the title of the definition, independent living, is probably somewhat misleading.
To your knowledge, Mr. Higgins, has that ever been used to get or propose an assisted living facility as a matter of right within that zone?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. The other thing I just want to note is our project is not inconsistent with the master plan. The master plan, to my knowledge, doesn't mention assisted living, long-term care, rehabilitation, or memory care. It just is not included whatsoever. And to the extent that the master plan makes certain findings about our specific property, it certainly made those findings before Nobility Crest 3 buildings were put in, and it did not take into account the kind of excavation that we're doing to go to put this thing into a buildable and a practical construction envelope that will be of a lesser height. And when we put out that video for everyone to see, when you look at the horizon of our building, which is 21 feet lower in initial floor elevation than Nobility Crest, our 4th-story building only really comes up to the same size visually as Nobility Crest. So we're not showing anything different there, and certainly we also have conquered the elevation and incline problems that I think the master plan was commenting on. Also, I think the master plan was looking at a project that was more than one building, and in fact larger than what we're talking about doing here. So there have been a number of changes, and I just wanted to try to clarify that because we've worked on this a long time, and I've gotten somewhat knowledgeable, and I certainly don't want to in any way challenge your findings, Jim. I have a lot of respect for you, but I wanted to put at least what I know on the record. And thank you.
Okay, Ms. Marvin Golden, please state your name and address.
Marvin
Question
Golden.
for Mr. Gemma.
Marvin Golden, 31 Boxwood Drive in Cedar Village. The question is to address to Mr. Higgins. When you referred to units that were acceptable, were those units inclusive of a kitchenette, or could it just be a bedroom?
I'm not sure what you mean when I referred to units that are acceptable.
Well, you were talking, the first subject that you brought up, you talked about units. And those units that you were referring to, what comprises a unit?
Okay. That means going to another section of the definition.
Well,
Mr. Steinberg, if you can mute.
A unit would be a housekeeping unit with cooking and bathroom facilities.
So those units really are not applicable to what the applicant is referring to.
Some of the units are dwelling units. They're assisted living dwelling units.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. Mr. Gazarovski, believe that was your only witness, if I'm not mistaken?
That's correct.
Okay.
I
Mr.
think,
Don? Oh,
well, I don't know if anybody's raising their hand, but I think that if any of the public has any questions of Mr. Donner's witnesses while they're here, we should do that at this point, and then we could go on to comments from the public. They are different.
okay, and I believe we have Mr. Besh, Dr. Francis, Ms. Vayak, and Mr. Ray. Are they here?
And possibly Mr. Linnerman, also our architect.
Okay.
I did
Is
see
it-
Mr. Besh. I did see Mr. Besh. We could start with him.
I did have a
Okay.
question. I'm sorry,
No.
Ms. Veal. I did have a question, and this would really be for the owner who's not present. So I'm assuming Mr. Donner, maybe you can answer this question. Something that goes along the lines of what Mr. Gemmer brought up. Were any other properties within the town or in the area looked at for this facility, or was this the only property that was looked at? I mean,
This was the property that's been owned by our client for probably the last 30 to 40 years. And we were looking for a solution for this particular piece of property.
okay, thanks.
Okay, we'll go Mr. Besh first. Are there any questions from the public for Mr. Besh?
Yes. Mr. Falvo has a question.
Besh, you
Oh,
here?
there you are. Okay, Mr. Falvo. Okay. And
Mr. Besh.
you're an attorney, correct? If I'm.
Yeah, I'm representing
Okay.
myself.
You know the adage is, Peter.
I'm sorry.
You know the old adage.
Yeah, absolutely.
About an attorney representing himself.
Got a fool for a client, right?
Yeah.
Is, where's Mr. Besh? Oh, hi, David. Dave, when you showed on your plan the route that a fire engine would take to navigate the site, which you did in order to address the comments of the fire marshal.
I can display the exhibit if you'd like.
Yeah, if you could.
Am I able to share the screen, Amy?
I have no objection. My question is, you indicated that the plan was computer generated.
Yes.
In doing the computer generation, does it take into account at what speed the vehicle's going?
Usually the speed is for the turns is 10 miles an hour for a 90-degree turn.
All right. Now, the other thing is, as I looked at the exhibit, it looked like the left-hand wheels of the vehicle are like up against the curb. or a couple of inches off.
Okay, I wish I could get the exhibit. I believe it was exhibit A7.
Amy, you on?
Yes.
Can Dave share the screen? You do that?
Yes. Yep.
Good.
There you go.
Thank you. Okay, this was the turning movement exhibit for a mid-mount aerial ladder truck entering the site from Route 66, turning north onto Cedar Village Boulevard.
We're not seeing it, Dave.
You're not seeing it? Oh, Bob.
We just have you.
Okay.
Here it comes. There you are.
All right, so this was exhibit A7. Again, let me zoom in a little bit tighter. Showing the route from Route 66, turning north onto Cedar Village Boulevard, and then turning left into the driveway for the facility.
Right.
Yeah, there are a couple incidents, like if you're following my pink cursor,
Right.
that, yeah, that is showing it a little bit too close to the curb, but you can see there is ample room for the truck to swing away. That was just a poor choice of alignment. And as you go around, you can still see that, yes, there it is close, but there is still ample room to the inside of the curves for the truck driver to adjust his alignment.
All right, and with regard to the little squares at each curve, does that indicate the cab of the fire engine is over the curb?
That indicates, yes, the area forward of the front wheel axle.
Now, what happens, for example, in a snowfall? You've plowed. I don't know of any plow that goes flush to the curb. So you may have residual snow around the curb. Is that going to affect the turning radius?
Actually, if we're choosing the alignment to run, shall we say, down the center of the aisle rather than the edge, it would actually probably improve the turn.
If that would improve the turn, why didn't the computer generation use the center of the aisle?
It was just a choice to try and minimize the amount of inclusion into the oncoming lane. Yeah, we tried to keep it to its side of the road.
Okay, so you're bringing the vehicle across the front of the building and then using the easterly side to bring it around the back of the building.
I'm not sure I understand.
In other words, you could just as it, I'm assuming you could just go straight around and then be behind the building.
Yeah, they could have run the turn to go clockwise around the building rather than the counterclockwise, but we wanted to exhibit that it could make that right-hand turn.
And would a WB 60 or 70 be able to make that same?
I couldn't say. That wasn't what we analyzed. We just went for the emergency, largest emergency responding unit that we thought would come to the site. We're not anticipating during the normal operations of the facility that a WB 67 or even a WB 50 would be servicing the site. We'd expect this servicing to be done by single unit vehicles or small articulated vehicles.
And that was based on what?
Just commentary from discussions with Mr. Scala regarding number of deliveries and types of deliveries that were being made.
When I spoke to Mr. Scallon, asked him if any tractor trailers would be on the site, he said possibly they could be for deliveries. So I guess my question is, can a tractor trailer make it around here? Because, for example, if they order food products, and they order from Cisco isn't going to send a box truck here. Cisco does multiple sites with a tractor trailer. So
I have no response to that.
okay. And you're saying that the curves are taking it at a speed of the computer generation is at a speed of 10 miles per hour.
For the 90-degree, or in worst case, 180-degree turn, it's used based upon a 10-mile-an-hour speed.
The fire truck is responding to a fire. Do you think it's going to slow down at 10 miles an hour to get around the curve?
A 90-degree turn, I would hope it would slow down substantially, yes.
Oh. Okay. Go to the drainage there for a moment.
Drainage mapping, did you say?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Under your plan, there is underground storage on site for the runoff certain portions of the site. But
There are
will
four underground basins, yes.
All right. And those basins, do they empty out at any point if there's an overflow?
The two that fall in between the wings of the building discharge, have their emergency overflow into the drainage system that runs around the facility. They discharge into the main cistern located under the front parking area. Those are the 10-foot high concrete chambers. That overflow then goes into the drainage system within the entrance driveway, which then flows down to what we call the South Basin, which is closest to Cedar Village Boulevard. And in the event of system capacity exceedance, that would discharge into the storm drain located out at the Route 66 intersection.
All right, and then from there, where does the water go? I mean, you have some sheet flow coming down the driveway, right?
Well, we have two catch basins located right at the point where our driveway enters into the right-of-way of Cedar Village Boulevard to collect what's tantamount to, I would estimate at 97% of the impervious surface areas of the site. So there is a minimal portion of the driveway that would sheet flow out into Cedar Village Boulevard, but then would immediately be collected by what we've designated as catch basin D1. And then that goes again into the catch basin out at Route 66.
Now, that catch basin that goes out to Route 66, does that require DOT to accept the water?
Yeah, we will require a number of permits from DOT, the main one being for the temporary construction driveway. And we would make an application for a DOT drainage permit for connection into that catch basin.
During the construction, how is the drainage handled? Is that drainage going out directly to Route 66?
Well, during construction, the installation of the drainage system is supposed to be one of the first items accomplished because of the nature of this property. So, yeah, there is always care taken during the times when the system is being installed to keep the site stabilized as best as possible to protect against storm events during construction.
So your testimony is that all of the underground detention will be constructed prior to what occurred?
I'm indicating that the installation of the drainage system is one of the first items that is to be constructed.
All right, but when you're removing when you're reducing the elevation of the site, what drainage facilities will exist to, in one instance, in the first instance, prohibit water from going into the detention to the basin closest to Cedar Village Boulevard that feeds into the Cedar Village Boulevard piping?
Well, during construction, while the principal excavation is occurring, the removal of the fill
Right.
material, clearly none of the drainage facilities will be in place at that time. We'd be relying on the soil erosion and sediment control measures reviewed and approved by the Soil Conservation District with regard to silt fences, hay bales, things of that nature to control any erosion from storm events during that time period.
Hay bales, silt fences are how high?
Silt fences are normally exposed to a height of about 18 inches.
So around 29-foot elevation in the rear. Map down so you can see the northerly portion of the site.
I'm sorry, I missed part of that question.
You bring your exhibit down on the other one. Okay. So when you're down further. I want it by Cedar Village Boulevard.
By Cedar Village?
Yeah, when it's up, it makes the turn behind your site. Okay. One of your plans you showed there's a piping that goes into Cedar Village Boulevard right there. Okay. What prevention, what would you propose to prevent during this excavation period that nothing goes into that piping, which in turn goes to the detention basin by the clubhouse?
Well, along the limit of clearing by the walls and the limits of the grading is where silt fencing would be proposed. What is flowing toward that existing drainage facility is what would be coming through the existing landscaping that's to remain, because those areas are to be graded back in to the site. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit closer. Because if you look at the grades and by the dumpsters, the existing grade is, the proposed grade is elevation 109. The existing grade is up around 115. So this portion is actually pitched back into the site, not down to the head wall.
That holds true as far as any impact on the properties known as lots 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Again, I missed the first part of that question.
Does that hold true? That there'll be no erosion of water running down between lot 7 and 8 where there's another head wall?
There will be silt fencing along the arc of the parking area at the toe of the slope to prevent erosion in that area. And then as you make the turn to the south of Unit 8, again, we're in a situation where this slope is being cut down into the site, not away from the site. So arched silt fences along at the toe of the slope along the arched parking would be the soil erosion control measures in that area.
All right, now, going back to Arbor Drive, which I refer to as the entrance driveway, you're going to have some sheet flow Gotta go back really. You're gonna have some sheet flow still run into Cedar Village Boulevard.
Correct.
Right.
Downstream of inlets D5 and D6,
Right.
that would go out to Cedar Village Boulevard, then would continue along the gutter line, the western gutter line of Cedar Village Boulevard to catch basin D1.
There's always the possibility, if I'm correct, especially if we have inclement weather, that whatever it does around D1 is also going to depend on how that portion of Cedar Village Boulevard has been plowed. So if they plow to the edges of the curbing, catch basin B1 is going to be covered with snow.
I don't know how to respond to that. That could very well be, yes.
Which means you'd end up with puddling along Cedar Village Boulevard.
Again, if the system is not maintained or cleared properly, those things can happen.
And then once the water catches into the detention basin, it's going to go into the DOT system, Route 66.
Again, Peter, you're very soft in the beginning of your questions.
I'm sorry. If the water goes into the catch basin, goes down to Route 66, it's going to go into the DOT drainage system.
That's correct. It would then go down to E1, which stands for existing catch basin number 1. And then you can see the existing pipes, which continue all out into Route 66.
And that from there it goes where?
From there, it goes east along Route 66, crossing under Route 18, enters into the Seaview Square property, into an unnamed tributary of Deal Lake.
The Deal Lake Commission have to approve receiving this water?
I don't know if they have jurisdictional authority over this, but we are under the jurisdictional authority of DOT and NJDEP and the Soil Conservation District.
With regard to the traffic islands in Cedar Village Boulevard, is there going to be much of a modification to them?
What we are proposing for the traffic island is where it's currently about 10 feet wide.
Right.
Actually, I'm sorry, it's closer to 16 feet. No, 10 feet wide. We're looking to trim down the eastern side of the median to allow for a designated left turn lane from Cedar Village Boulevard into the project site driveway.
I'm going into the project site driveway. You have masonry retaining walls on both sides of the roadway going into.
Yes, retaining walls on both sides.
Okay. So, not to sound stupid, but if you're going to plow that with snow, you've got retaining walls there 4 feet high. And I think it shows proposed chain link fence on top of that.
Okay, let me go to another exhibit to.
I'm just going by what your notes are on this plan.
Right, the
proposed interlocking masonry unit retaining wall, a 4 foot high blind wire chain fence.
Correct. The wall on the north side of the driveway is above the roadway. The wall on the south side is actually retaining the roadway. Let me go.
Go ahead.
Didn't want to rotate it. So you can see where on the north, that would be the north side where the cursor is pointing now. there would be about a 6-foot wide area on which to snow plow to. The south side, the plows could actually effectively throw any snow plow material or snow material, and it may actually clear the retaining wall and end up in the wooded area. That's all a function of the speed of the plows at the time of plowing.
Okay. Now, when that car that you're showing on the right-hand side gets down to Cedar Village Boulevard, how high is the retaining wall there? Yeah, how high is the wall?
Okay, I have notes on that. Let me see if I can get the right one. Okay, let me go to the grading plan.
Just mute me for a second.
At the 70 contour, which is right at just uphill of the Cedar Village Boulevard right-of-way,
Right.
the wall is 6 foot high, and there's a 4 foot high fence on top of it for a combined wall and fence height of 10 feet.
All right, and if you proceed further down to Cedar Village Boulevard, where at that point, what is the height of the wall?
Well, the wall actually stops at the column that's mimicking the columns that are presently out as part of the art aesthetic package. So the wall ends at that column. So if that's elevation 69, 68 and a half, and the existing grade is about 70, there's only about a 1.5 foot difference between the proposed grade in the roadway and the existing grade of the lawn area next to Cedar Village Boulevard.
Okay, Peter, I have to stop you here. We have a 3-minute maximum, and we are at over 15 minutes for this line of questioning. Thank you, sir.
Okay, are there any other questions for Mr. Besh?
Yes, Don Brockle.
Okay, if you could state your name and address and your question.
Don Brockle, 710 Laurel Avenue, West Allenhurst. Sir, I've been living in the town all my life. I used to camp up in that area. And I have a question for the stormwater management there. I see a little bit of stormwater management. What's go over real quick? In summary, what that is, I see a retention pond on the lower section. It looks a little weak to me from my quick view.
Okay, see if I can explain it a little bit better.
What's a stormwater system supposed to handle? 10-year, 100-year? What's your plan?
We're required by state law to handle the 2-year, 10-year, and 100-year return frequency storms. Not only control them, but reduce the rate of runoff for the 2-year storm to a level of half of what exists today. For the 10-year storm, we have to be 75% of the rate of runoff of what exists today. And during the 100-year storm, we have to be at 80% of the runoff as it exists today. So what we are proposing is all the new impervious surfaces will be collected with a storm drain system, catch basins, manholes, and there'll be a series of underground cisterns located throughout the property. Two systems are located between the wings of the building. We pipe the roof drains into those systems. They're basically a large diameter pipe or half a pipe that's buried underground. So as those fill up, then they discharge out into the drainage system around our parking lot. They feed into the large cistern. This large cistern is 10 feet high concrete boxes buried in the ground underneath the main parking area. That main parking area box is capable of handling 75,000 cubic feet of water to hold and discharge slowly. Then that discharges the water, which goes down the pipe system in our proposed driveway to what we call the south basin. These are concrete arch boxes that are capable of handling an additional, I believe it's 11,000 cubic feet of water. Hold it, release it slowly until it discharges out into the existing catch basin located next to Route 66.
And that would proceed to the storm system, the DEP manages, which goes eventually to Deer Lake. But do you know exactly where it's going downstream?
It's going in the Route 66 drainage system, crossing under Route 18, and then gets discharged into a drainage feature that runs through Seaview Square Mall, then under Route 35 and into Deer Lake.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'd like to see that. If we can get that mapped out, it'll be a wonderful presentation where that water is actually going from your building all the way to Deer Lake. That'd be a wonderful view. Because I'm not sure if anybody really knows where that's going. Knowing the area like I do, I'm not even sure if I do. I take some guesses. I know where some of the water goes, but there's some mysteries that right next to that gas station. My guess it's going down by that gas station and going into a little basin below the entranceway to 18 northbound. That's what I think it's going.
Right, which proceeds then through Seaview Square between the front and then discharges underneath Route 35 over by the Colonial Terrace or the Larkin Country Club.
Right. Is your calculations increasing the flow of water any into Deer Lake, or is it decreasing the flow of water?
It's decreasing the rate of flow, so it's coming off slower, even though clearly the volume would be increased, but discharged more slowly over time.
And do you have the data on the time factor on that? Is it days, weeks? I assume days.
We are required to have our drainage system drain down within 72 hours of the end of the storm. So 3 days, those drainage systems have to be drained out.
Okay. It just seems like a lot of water in a small piece of property. That's some of my concerns as a resident of the township, and knowing what's happening downstream. I hear rumors that Deer Lake just got $900,000 to fix some of the problems in
Don, it's got to be questions only.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting there. So is there any relationship you guys have with the downstream owners, Seaview Mall and or Cedar Village?
I have no relationship with them.
There's no discussion on stormwater management in their areas that you're going to be sending?
Well, Cedar Village, we have a settlement agreement with. We have an agreement with Cedar Village.
What's that agreement?
We have an agreement where they have looked at our site plan and accepted it, and in return for that, the facilities that Mr. Favo asked Mr. Besh about in Cedar Village Boulevard were designed by Cedar Village and then formalized by us, and we're doing those improvements in Cedar Village Boulevard for the benefit of both Cedar Village and Nobility Crest.
It's not none of the water in your project is affecting their
no, in fact, just the opposite. We're taking it the other way. It's totally separate and apart from the existing Cedar Village and Nobility Crest system.
Yeah. Okay. I also want to ask a question about. I see there's a road proposed on the, I guess on the south side of the complex where you're out. You just had it right there. You can go back. Yeah, there it is. That's fine. You can use the drawing. I know that's pretty much a pristine area right now. And do you have a street view from 66, what that would look like?
First of all, I would disagree with your comment of it being a pristine area, because we do have aerial photos where the good portion of the site was disturbed during the construction of Cedar Village.
Understood.
So
I'm talking about I'm talking about the view from 66 looking up the hill.
Route 66, that's I believe the our consultant that generated the video might be better able to handle that. But I actually find it a little bit, I don't want to say amusing, but I'll use that word. So when you're coming up Route 66 headed west, what you see is that billboard. That's at the
Yeah,
intersection
beyond
of
that,
Cedar.
beyond that billboard, it's pretty much pristine property, except for some trash it's sitting on the wall next to that one road. There's some trash there. But for the most part, you got that pristine lake. That's a natural lake spring right there.
And that is being preserved. That is part of the wetlands area that is and will be part of a conservation easement. Of the whole 13 acres of the property, we're only looking to disturb an additional 2.65 acres to add to the approximately 3.5 acres that's already been disturbed.
So,
Dave, our total coverage is about 13% of the site.
That sounds about right. Yeah, 12.7% of the total lot is what will be covered with impervious surface coverage when we're done. So 12.5%.
what's the size of the total acreage there in your property?
13.5.
13.5. Okay. I thought you just said 5, so it's just.
No, that's the total amount that will be disturbed, existing disturbance and proposed disturbance. So this view might give you an idea of the area that's being preserved, including the lake, as well as the woodlands around the perimeter of the east, north, and west sides.
My quick look looks different, but I'll leave it at that. The other piece, so I think somebody, Mr. Falvo, made a great statement about the concerns about during construction issues. I could tell you right now, Deal Lake's been soiled many times, and you could believe all you want about the soil conservation group in the county, but they have not saved Deal Lake from any of the problems that we've seen in the past. So I would hope you guys would do above and beyond what's required to protect the lake and protect everything downstream. And it should be above and beyond what the soil conservation group wants.
I hear your comment and I understand.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay, iPad 4, Winston 387. If you can please state your name and your question for Mr. Besh.
Yes, William Garofolo, 7 Center Street, Ocean Township, New Jersey. Mr. Besh, taking into consideration that this land was at one time all sand hill with a very high water table and abutting a wetland, did your soil testings and borings show a need to put pilings in for a project of this scope?
We did not evaluate the soil for that comment. So I couldn't tell you whether or not piles are necessary.
So do you think that, again, considering the terrain, you know, those concrete cisterns with 75,000 cubic feet of water will remain stable on a sandy bottom with a high water table?
Again, without having investigated that element, I couldn't answer that question.
Okay, interesting. Thank you.
John, Cedar Village, if you can state your name, address, and ask your question. John, Cedar Village.
He's mute. He's got to unmute himself.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I have 2 questions for Mr. Besh. One.
Can we have your full name, please, for the record?
Yes, John Donnell, 22 Ben Lane, Cedar Village. Mr. Besh, first of all, following up on Peter Falvo, you don't have the map up any longer, so it's, but I will go back to if you can put it up, it would be great. And if you could zoom in on where Cedar Village Boulevard and what I guess is going to be called Arbor Drive come together. Peter was talking about drainage and the fact that the first drain, if you could just raise that up a bit. Okay, up, down, all right. Oop. Up, up, okay. Right along, well, Anyway. No, it's gonna have to go up where, with a left-hand turn, if you enter Cedar Village Boulevard and you turn left on Arbor Drive. Can you show that?
Okay. Cedar,
Okay,
the
good.
cursor is running along Cedar
Here.
Village.
Okay. My cursor won't show it, but this dark line that intersects Arbor and Cedar Village, my understanding, and this is my question. Is my understanding correct that this whole entranceway to Arbor Drive is a drainage area? There's a drainage grate that will help capture some of the water before it comes down further, which concerned Mr. Fowler and would concern anybody.
Okay, along, and we'll call it Arbor Drive, basically the driveway to the facility.
Yeah, just as you, if you were going to exit from Arbor Drive and turn right onto Cedar Village, that whole entrance exit way is a graded area that collects water.
It's graded to the south because Cedar Village Boulevard is graded toward Route 66.
Correct, but I'm talking about the water that comes down Arbor Drive.
Okay, there are the roadway itself, Arbor Drive, is crowned like a conventional street. So
Right.
the center line is high, the curb gutter line is lower. There are two catch basins that are designated as D5 and D6, which are designed to collect the water that runs down Arbor Drive, intercepting it at that point where it crosses the property line into Cedar Village Boulevard. So the surface runoff, that's the only surface runoff that would enter into Cedar Village Boulevard is the last 50 feet of pavement of Arbor Drive. And then as that flows down toward Route 66, it would be intercepted by catch basin D1.
But there is no drainage across the barrier at the end of Arbor Drive as it intersects Cedar Village Boulevard.
Right across the
Right,
back
yes.
of the throat of the driveway, there
Correct.
is nothing there.
Okay.
We
My understanding has always been that there would be, and it probably will be necessary to look at further on, but let me move forward to my second question. And I asked this question, Mr. Besh, of you two meetings ago. If you could enlarge that picture and just be able to show the area plus Route 66. Okay, that's fine. Can you make it a little smaller? Ah, good. Okay, you're going to put a temporary construction roadway in off of 66, which is 150 feet, the last time we heard, 150 feet west of Cedar Village Boulevard. And it goes straight in, and then it sort of question marks, what I call like a question mark. It moves to the east and then around the west. There you go. You've got it. My concern and my question I asked at that time, I'm going to ask the question again. There's 150,000 cubic feet of soil being removed. For the person who asked the question, an average truckload holds 15 cubic feet. That's where the 10,000 truckloads come in. A lot of trucks.
Okay, let me start issuing some correct numbers. The estimated excavation, including for the drainage system, is actually 160,000 cubic yards. The average triaxle dump truck handles 20 cubic yards. So that would be 8,000 truckloads of soil being removed from the property, or 8,000 truckloads of fill.
Yeah.
We had estimated that over a 6-month period of time for the excavation to be accomplished, that would be approximately 67 trucks per day over an 8-hour day.
Okay. So again, my question is this, whether it be 8,000 trucks or 10,000 trucks, plus all the other construction that goes in and out. This is coming very close over to the side here to the retaining wall on the west side of Cedar Village Boulevard. I asked you the last time, had any study been made as to the detriment it might cause to the structure of that wall? And at that time, you said you did not believe any study had been made of that. Has a study been made of it now?
We have not studied the effect of the temporary driveway on the retaining wall. You can just barely see. Can you see the cursor that I'm pointing to?
Yes, I can.
That is the end of the existing retaining wall along Cedar Village Boulevard. Where I'm putting the cursor now is where our driveway is proposed to be extended to. So the area between the end of the retaining wall and the excavation for the temporary driveway is actually higher. We're cutting down into the road. So this area here is higher than the temporary roadway and is still supporting the structure of the retaining wall. We also show the there is a grading easement that was installed or that was created at the time the retaining wall was approved. And you can see that the temporary roadway is not even close to that grading easement associated with the retaining wall.
And you do not believe that the weight of all of that equipment going across that road would have some chain reaction effect?
I don't know how to answer that question. Clearly, we are moving a substantial amount of fill. We've kept it as what we feel is a good distance from the existing infrastructure. Again, that's all I can offer at this point in
This is a
time.
concern that came
Dave,
up.
what is that distance? What is that distance? Can you scale it out for us?
Let's see if I can get that distance. I'm actually in my office. The distance from the end of the retaining wall, the shortest distance to the silt fence that's at the top of the slope, 62 feet.
Okay. I'm not an engineer. I don't know what the pressure of the weight of trucks and distances are. It's just a concern, and it's a concern because it came up, probably about 3 or 4 meetings ago, well after a lot of other things had been decided upon. But it is now a concern because that wall is presently in very good condition. The village would not like it. Not
Can I
think we'll
Can
have.
I just add a fact here? In our settlement agreement with Cedar Village, we are obligated to provide an engineering analysis of that there will be no negative effects on that wall before we do anything. So that is going to be looked at, and it's part of our agreement with Cedar Village.
I guess we just want to make sure that it is. Thank you.
Okay, it's in the agreement.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Bill Commons. If you can state your name and your address and your question for Mr. Besh.
Yes, Bill Commons, Unit 2206, Nobility Crest. Mr. Besh, could you please put one of the maps up again? I want to ask you about the entire property. Yeah, that one's good. Yeah, now can you take me around the property, beginning where the entrance Cedar Village Boulevard from where your driveway is going to be, all the way around? And is this property all owned by the applicant?
Yes, this is one lot and block. It's block 148.01.
Okay, so take me up from the right all the way up. Now those, I guess, are trees and bushes and all this okay, go around. No, the other way. Right. Okay, so all of this is your driveway, then trees and bushes to the right, whatever is there, correct?
Some of it's there, others are what we're supplementing with additional trees to buffer up the thin areas of the natural buffer.
And do we know how many trees will be planted on the property?
We are proposing at this point in time, the landscape plan shows 247 trees and 545 shrubs to be installed with the rest of the site improvements.
Okay, let's keep going up and around. And then let's get to that first home that Cedar Village Boulevard is at. What is the proximity and distance from that home to, well, I guess they're going to put new trees in there because that's a pretty bare area.
Okay, the distance from the property corner of lot 8.
Yeah, show me a better picture.
Property corner to the retaining wall.
There's no retaining wall there now. There will be a retaining wall built?
There will be a retaining wall built, is 69 feet.
Okay, so more trees, and then let's keep going to the left. Let's see where the Nobility Crest new buildings 4, 5, and 6 are.
Okay, let's see. Okay. From the southeast property corner of the Nobility Crest, which is block 152, lot 1.01.
Yeah.
From that property corner to the parking area. $250 feet.
How much?
250.
Okay. So then the next little road, that's Freehold Road.
Freehold Road.
It's going to be what now? I thought that was brought up. That's going to be a temporary exit, an emergency exit. What's that going to be now?
Okay. There had been discussion about its use, but that as the construction entrance, that is not on the table any longer. But it is intended that we would improve that to serve as the secondary emergency entrance point. By secondary, that means it wouldn't be paved. It would be what we call grasscrete, which are basically concrete blocks set on their side with soil and grass growing through it. That would allow emergency vehicles to enter the property from Freehold Road in the event the driveway entrance to Cedar Village Boulevard was compromised.
Okay, so along that road on the north side of that Freehold Road, there's trees and there's plantings, and we have a white fence that's up there. It's very, very close to Freehold Road. You know have you been up there in a while?
Is this the fence that you're referring to? That's actually Nobility Crest's fence?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be running along their property line.
Right.
And the right of way of Freehold Road.
Right. Okay, then there's 3 homes up here.
Correct.
Now, I understand in one of the other meetings, prior meetings, there was an agreement that a sewer system would be put in for those homes. Has that been agreed upon?
The Sewage Authority has brought a sanitary sewer line up to Freehold Road as part of our sanitary sewer system. We would be extending that gravity system up Freehold Road to the greatest extent possible and have it serve as our tie-in point for our sanitary sewer lift station. We would then be providing the ability for those homes to tie into that proposed sanitary sewer main.
So they're pretty happy with that.
I can't comment on their.
Okay, let's keep going. This is all just trees and whatnot until we get to the wetlands area.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, my second question is this. I know you talked about government agencies. You talked about the DET, the wetlands people. How many different government agencies does this applicant have to get approved? Let's say the DCA, is that one?
Well, let me answer the ones pertaining to the site development. The Board of Health approvals for the facility itself, those are not my area of expertise.
Right.
But let me go through the site approvals.
Okay.
First and foremost, of course, is the Ocean Township Zoning Board for use variance and site plan approval.
Right.
Second would be the Monmouth County Planning Board, the Freehold Soil Conservation District.
Go slow, because I'm writing them all down. I write them all letters. Go ahead. Freehold what?
Okay.
Conservation?
Freehold Soil Conservation District, the Township of Ocean Sewerage Authority, the NJDEP Municipal Construction and Finance for treatment works approval for the sanitary sewer system, the NJDEP Land Use Regulation Program for an amended letter of interpretation, transition area averaging, and general permit for the temporary construction access crossing.
And that's enough, huh? Now, so this project, the zoning board doesn't have to get approvals from any of these. You have to get it after the zoning gives you the approval.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Besh?
Madam Chair, Ron Gazarovski, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay. Can we bring up that earlier exhibit which simply showed the property in question with all of the green area, and then that area where there was disturbance or dumping, which showed it to be relatively open? I think it was one of the first or earlier exhibits. Without the building on it, right? Without any improvement. I think it was one. I think it was
This
one
was, I'm sorry.
I think there was one that showed specifically the area where the building, the four-story building, there was to be the excavation and then the construction. The area of the excavation to create this cave. I think there was such an exhibit.
You mean the cross section?
No, and like an aerial photograph showing the area where the excavation was to take place.
Okay, I think it might be part of this exhibit that I have up. Is A6 shown? It's colored, three colored exhibit.
I'm looking at the right, and let me see the top aerial.
These old aerial photographs, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, yeah, the old aerial photograph. Yeah, the one on, yeah, that one there. Can we get that, or the one below? Can we get that blown up, or?
Yeah, the 2007 NJDEP Geo website aerial photograph.
Right. Okay, here's my question, Mr. Besh. Mr. Besh, my understanding is that the area where the building is to be constructed is relatively clear and not filled with the natural foliage, because that's the area where the dumping took place. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I would agree with your term dumping, but that is the area of disturbance where we tried to focus most of the project development and improvements.
That would be the area where that at an earlier point in time, large amounts of fill was placed upon the property.
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, fine. And as a result of that fill, much of the natural foliage, I guess, the property was denuded of the foliage, because the fill was placed upon it, and now it's being removed, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Donner stated there was a question posed to him about ownership of the property, and I think he responded by saying that his client had owned the property for 30 to 40 years, and that now he was looking for a solution. And a part of that solution would be the removal of all of that fill to create a pad for the building to be built. But if he was the owner of the property during that period of time, did he not either consent to or cause all of that fill to be placed into the property to raise the elevation?
Well, I don't know if Mr. Besh has that knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know the history and the parties involved or the agreements that may have been in place between those parties for what the activities that occurred on the site.
Well, Mr. Donner stated, and I believe, that his client owned the property for 30 to 40 years.
Yes,
That's correct. I heard that too.
If in fact fill was placed upon that property within those 30 to 40 years, that was created or caused by his client.
Well, we don't know that.
I'm sorry, Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, but I don't think Dave knows that. And we wouldn't know that. And it could have been the adjacent property owner who did it without knowledge.
Well, the adjacent property owner created that without the owner of the property's knowledge. Please, Mr. Steinberg.
Well, I have no idea, but Dave wouldn't know that.
Having said that, would that not be one reason why the owner of the property should not appear before this board and testify?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking you.
No, I don't think that the owner has to come forward and testify. I think that the experts that were provided give the board sufficient information one way or the other to make a decision. So that's my opinion.
Well,
if Mr. Donner wants to present the owner or give us the history of the site a little better, that's up to him.
Okay, thank you.
Property was filled by Continental Properties. An agreement with the property owner to take the fill.
Not the current owner.
Cedar Village.
Our analysis of the topography that existed before Cedar Village was constructed and after is that this area of disturbance wasn't fill, it's what we refer to as borrow. That sandy soil material was taken from the site for whatever purpose, and the fill material was brought back in. So it's actually the top of the hill is actually a little bit lower than existed prior to the construction of Cedar Village Boulevard, not significantly, but it was a balanced trade of soil material.
Well, 17 years ago, trucks, when they were doing Ben Lane and the far side of the backside of the development, constantly running up between lot 8 and this property, truckloads of dirt. And occasionally, because they were dumping so much up here, they had to take it off site to someplace else. And I was there to witness it. So my question to the then zoning officer was, isn't there a regulation in town that if you remove topsoil from a site, that you can't take it out of town? And he said, yes.
Okay. Wait a minute. First of all, Peter, you're testifying. Okay. So as to your own
I don't know
knowledge.
how the soil got there. I'm telling you how it got there. I saw it.
I don't think it's relevant for the questioning of Mr.
It was
Besh at this point.
obviously a deal between the two property owners. and
Well,
the
it
soil got-
obviously is not a statement. It's something you believe, but again, you're not under oath, Peter. So that's not appropriate time to discuss that. The answer is it is what it is right now. Whether or not that goes into the board's concerns in weighing the evidence here, that's another story.
Yeah, isn't Mr. Besh the site engineer? I mean, isn't he testifying?
But he doesn't know the history. Dave, do you know the history?
Again, the only thing I can restate is that we looked at the topographic surveys that were prepared prior to Cedar Village Boulevard being installed, and looking at the surveys we prepared at the start of this site, and the hill is still there. How much of it is original material? How much of it is borrow material? That we cannot attest.
Well, if I could ask this question, is if what is there is fill and not the natural topography, that fill had to be added on to the natural topography, didn't it?
I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
Okay.
But if the natural topography was lowered for borrow and then fill brought back in to replace it.
Would you agree with me that the owner of the property would have that knowledge? You don't have it, but he would have it, wouldn't he?
I would hope.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Besh? Okay, not seeing or hearing any. The next, Dr. Francis. Dr. Francis, are you? Dr. Michael Francis is who I have listed. Oh, there you are. Okay, you're muted. Sorry. Okay, are there any questions for Dr. Francis?
Just to advise the public his expertise again, Mr. Donner.
The expertise is has a doctorate in environmental issues, and he is an expert in wetlands and
He's your DP
and
consultant,
land
basically a DP consultant.
Yes.
Okay. So if anybody has questions of that issue, they would be directed to this gentleman.
Yeah, he specifically testified about the general permit that we need in order to bring that temporary construction access through a small portion of the wetlands. And he commented on it that we definitely qualify to obtain that general permit.
Any questions for Dr. Francis?
I have a question. Don Brockle.
Okay.
Doctor, did you apply for the permit already, or are you assuming that you have enough substantial information to get it approved?
We're prepared to submit, but we're waiting for other approvals, municipal approvals, so that we go in with a specific design. We don't want to go in and have it change and then have to amend the application. So once everything is pretty much set, then we would submit the DEP for that approval.
And what office in the DEP are you going to submit to?
Division of Land Resource Protection, formerly known as the Division of Land Use Regulation.
And that's in Trenton, or is it in Tom's River?
That is in Trenton.
Trenton.
Tom's River is their enforcement office.
Okay. Yeah, I just, you heard my concerns before about construction and the ability to hold back sediment during major storms. I mean, if you get a 30, 40 year, 100-year storm during construction, I assume that's going to be a big problem. Would you agree with me?
Yeah, and again, it's implementation of a soil erosion sediment control plan to the New Jersey state standards. Oftentimes is supplemented. Sometimes you have double hay bales or double silt fence, like you said before, above and beyond,
Right.
Especially in areas with maybe steeper slopes. That's a prudent practice.
Yeah, especially in that sandy soil. You would think it soaks in, but in reality, sometimes it just runs right off. So, and who knows what's up in that pile of dirt above? But you're dealing with the lower section by 66. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. And is that going to be available to the public to review or not?
Yes, it is. In fact, all property owners within 200 feet will get notified by me of that application. Allows you to comment to the DEP if you wish. And a complete copy of the application will be on file, not only with the DEP in Trenton, but with the municipal clerk.
Okay, I guess a copy would go to the DLA Commission. Yes, I would think.
No.
Don, it would go to the clerk, Don, and you would get a copy to Deal Lake Commission from that point.
Thanks. Okay, that's all I got.
Hey, Wilma's iPad, if you can state your name, your address, and ask your question of Dr. Francis.
Okay, my name is Wilma Wright. I'm at 74 Cedar Village Boulevard. I'm not sure if this is the right question for you, but you're talking about wetlands. Are there any endangered species up there in those wetlands?
No, we've reviewed the New Jersey DEP landscape mapping project. They call it the landscape mapping project that pretty much maps out habitats throughout the entire state and ranks them at different ranks. Currently, there's no breeding nesting habitat for endangered species. However, that pond and the adjacent wetlands are identified as foraging habitat for species of special concern. But again, we're not really, other than the general permit for the road crossing, which is a permitted activity in these types of habitats. It's not going to destroy the habitat or jeopardize the population of an endangered species or even a species of special concern.
Okay, there are turtles that live up there because they cross the roads to go to the pond on the other side.
Right. There's no documented endangered turtles on the site.
Just checking. I have one question for the other man that was there, but I was having difficulty getting the hand to come up on that. So can I ask that question or not?
Mr. Best, sure. Shawan,
Okay,
it's okay, right?
Absolutely.
I'm jumping the gun. I don't want to deny anybody their rights. Thank you.
Okay, my question for him was, he mentioned that they were going to be putting 200 and some trees in there. Could you tell me the caliper of those trees?
The deciduous trees will be 3-inch caliber. The evergreen trees will be 6 to 8 feet in height.
Okay, that's not very tall to block the site of that building.
They'll be growing at a rate of between 6 inches to 12 inches per year. On the evergreen trees, the deciduous trees probably closer to 2 to 3 feet per year.
Being the tree lady in Cedar Village and we're working with Mr. Higgins for the last 6 years or so, putting new trees in Cedar Village. I would not count on the trees growing that fast in that property, in that soil that's up there.
I hear you and I understand.
Thank you. I'll put my hand down if I can figure out how to do that.
Bill Levian, please state your name, your address, your question for Dr. Francis.
No, I have a question for the gentleman who was a traffic person.
He's not up yet. They
Okay,
didn't
that
present him
means-
yet.
Well, Mrs. Steinberg, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I wanted to know if there has been a traffic study on the end of Bound Road where Center Street comes out in the last decade.
I wouldn't know. And the only person that I guess that's on tonight would be our board engineer.
And my reason, well, Mr. Kirk, I admire what you guys are doing and appreciate every moment, but I use that Center Street exit to go north. And I'm very concerned that those trucks that Mr. Besh referred to are going to use that area as a staging area and make my trip north a very difficult one. That's
Mr. Besh can answer that, maybe. Dave, you're muted. Is there a plan for how the trucks will be traveling?
The
And where they're
only
staged?
There's no staging plan because that's all, number one, dependent upon the contractor, excavation contractor that's utilized, where their home base is, how much equipment they're proposing to dedicate to the project. At this point in time, the only plan we have is for access from Route 66.
Yeah, I think that if there is an approval, there certainly be a condition that there can be no staging areas other than on this site.
I appreciate your answer, sir. Thank you.
Mark, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I have a question just to key off that. Mark, would we be able to put conditions on agreeing not to use
certain roads for truck traffic?
Actually, one of the one of the criteria of the Sika case is conditions that are not only permitted but encouraged for certain approvals. You know, if the board should decide to vote in favor, yes, they can condition substantial items if they like. Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay, Jeannie Tower. You're muted. Ms. Tower, you're muted.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you for calling on me. I'm not
Just
sure.
give us,
sorry,
just give us for the
name.
record your name and address.
My name is Jeannie Tuher, and I live at 1701 Drummond Court in Asbury Park. As I'm not sure which of you would best answer this, so I'll leave that to you to decide. But as you were speaking about the water capture, how you would slow down the waterfall during storms or during rain, what is the material or the technology that will slow down that water? Could you describe that?
Well, I think you're actually referring to our use of what are called detention basins. Those are those large underground chambers that basically serve as huge bathtubs that only have a very small drain at the bottom. So we collect the water into these chambers and then decrease it through very small orifices or holes at the bottom, which drain out into the storm drain systems.
Okay, thank you. So just having smaller outlet would slow the water down then?
Correct.
Yeah. And is there any filtration system that you use in those basins to capture sediment or pollutants?
There are a couple of elements that we do use. Number one is time. Because we're holding the water for, like I said, up to 72 hours, a lot of what happens is actual settling. The heavier solids will settle down to the bottoms of the catch basins. The second element is what we call a manufactured treatment device. It's basically a special chamber that has baffles or hydrodynamic separators that's at the extreme downstream end of the system before it discharges out into the catch basins by Route 66.
I'm familiar with the MTDs. What is the capacity? And you have just one there, or are there more than one?
There's just the one, and it's at the discharge end of the most downstream detention basin.
And what is the capacity for that MTD?
I don't know the capacity off the top of my head. I do know that the 100-year storm anticipated discharge at that point is, I believe, 0.7 cubic feet per second.
So do you know the size of the MTD?
Let me check through the exhibits to see if within the site plan details, we are calling for what's called a jellyfish JF8. It's a filtration device. Now, since the application has been filed, a number of the manufacturers either have not maintained their certifications or other manufacturers have obtained certification from the NJDEP. So as Mr. Francis said, if we are able to secure municipal approval and we make the applications to the DEP, at that point in time, we would verify that that device, number one, is still certified and is of the adequate capacity to handle the job it's intended.
Okay. I know this wouldn't be your job, but after it's installed, who's going to be responsible for cleaning that MTD?
Oh, the township is very clear that we are the ones that will be responsible for it. Part of the standard requirements for project stormwater management systems are that we provide a stormwater facilities inspection and maintenance manual that the owner of any development of this property would need to maintain the entire system with regular inspections starting quarterly and hopefully going to annual inspections. But again, a maintenance plan will be required of us.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Jess Levy? You can state your name, your address, and ask your question.
Yes, Jess Levy, 4206 Center Street, Nobility Crest. Okay. I have a question about the sewer drain being put in on Freehold Road for this proposed project. Because of the size of this project, does that impact the size of the sewer drain that is installed? In other words, if 105 senior citizen individual homes were built on this property versus this Arbor Way project, would the sewer drain be significantly smaller?
The sewer main, well, for it to be a main, to extend from the existing main in Freehold Road up Freehold Road, it would need to be an 8-inch main. The Township of Ocean Sewage Authority would not let us install anything smaller than that. We will be connecting into that extended main with an ejector pump because our floor area is going to be 21 feet lower than the road. We would then be pumping up to that. So the rate of pumping from that sewer pumping system would be well below the capacity of that 8-inch main to handle.
What would be the impact, the construction impact on buildings 5 and 6 in Nobility Crest?
There should not be any impact. That main should have the capacity to handle all parties involved, and that will be reviewed and verified by the Township of Ocean Sewage Authority at the time we make an application to them, if we're able to secure approvals from the Board of Adjustment.
Would the construction impact buildings 5 and 6?
It would be
sewer line?
The word impact is a very broad brush.
Okay, how many
yes.
feet away? How many feet away is the sewer line from the fence, Nobility Crest fence?
We would be running the sewer down the center line of Freehold Road. Freehold Road has a right of way of 40 feet wide. So the sewer line would be 20 feet away from the fence if the fence is on the property line.
And how long would construction of such a sewer line take?
Estimate leaving some time for leeway for weather, and I'd say about 2 weeks.
And to hook this line into the Arbor Way project, wouldn't construction trucks have to enter Freehold Road and remove soil, dirt, and so forth?
There would be trenching involved, yes, to install the main in Freehold Road, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, iPad 4, Winston 387. You can state your name, address, and ask your question.
William Garofolo, 7 Center Street, Ocean Township, New Jersey. Question for Dr. Francis. With the construction of the temporary road over the wetlands and its heavy usage, and with the project in general of any runoff, do you anticipate that there'll be any alteration to the hydraulic alteration to the natural pond that's in the wetlands? And if so, what would be the remediation for that?
No, we don't anticipate any hydraulic changes. I mean, as part of the fill permit, and this is very minor crossing, It's you know, less than 1/10 of an acre of wetland disturbance, requires that we provide some sort of cross flow culvert piping to maintain the natural hydrology across the site, across that lower portion of the site. And also, not only that, not only to provide hydrology, but low flow fish passage. Not that there's any fish that's going through that portion, but that's still a requirement that's maintained. So the natural hydrology is not going to change by this temporary fill.
Even though with the truck traffic, the blow off of dirt off of the dump trucks, general construction.
That's going to be maintained by the implementation and management and maintenance of the soil erosion and sediment control plan. Since this is a construction activity.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions for Dr. Francis?
I have a follow-up question, Don Brockle.
Or Mr. Besh. I mean, let's get him,
Or
the two
Mr.
of them
Besh.
finished. Yeah, let's get him to the time.
I'm sorry, someone started, I
Yeah,
couldn't. see
I have
who
a question for Mr. Francis, Don Brockle, 710 Laurel Avenue. Getting back to that temporary road system, I assume that water is draining 266, is that correct? Is what the plan is?
It actually drains to there's a wet area just in front of the billboard.
Not the pond. You're not talking about the pond, right?
No, the pond actually drains towards the billboard.
Okay. So is that area going to be remediated afterwards, and can it hold the amount of flow for, let's say, a 10-year storm, a 50-year storm, or whatever?
Well, that's a stormwater question. You know, my expertise is in the DEP regulatory and
I got you.
And fill permit. So, you know, that is, you know, that'll be removed. Now, although hydrology will be maintained during that temporary use, that fill and that pipe will be removed and restored, you know, following construction, probably to a better situation than it is now.
True, but I'm talking about during construction. I mean, any water flowing out of that, I assume, is going towards 66. Is that correct statement?
Well, there's when the pond fills up, it kind of flows and sits right in front of the billboard. Now there is a lawn inlet on right off the corner, and I think that's Cedar Village Boulevard. There's a lawn inlet in the grass. It'll make it to there, but again, that should be filtered through hay bales and silt fences.
Okay. Are there any calculations in terms of how much that area can hold during a major flood? What's the major flood that area can hold?
That I don't have that information.
Can you guys gather that up for the next meeting?
Well, I think there's a misconception that there is no outlet from that pond area, and there actually is.
Right. There might be, but I mean, the question would be, in that area, how much water will that be able to hold during the construction period?
It would hold the exact amount that it's currently holding, with the exception of the minor crossing, which we're maintaining a 36-inch diameter pipe underneath the crossing, when the outlet pipe from that area is only 18-inch diameter. So we're basically allowing the water that goes there now to basically continue to free flow across both sides of the driveway to do that's my
concern.
Naturally.
Yeah, that's my concern. It's going to be a little bit, it's going to be a heavier flow. And my concern is the sediment that's washing down. I'm looking for remediation of sediment, and in a major storm, possibly MTDs in place downstream in the stormwater system that can capture that sediment before it gets into the lake stream. That's what I'm concerned with.
Well, any construction project where a soil erosion measure fails and there's resultant downstream siltation, there's a requirement to one, remove the sediment and restore any vegetation loss. So that would just be part of a standard remedial action following a failure of the system.
Right. Well, hopefully you guys are planning for a failure, because these storms are popping up all the time, right? We're getting 4-inch storms, 3-inch storms constant.
Don, any questions, buddy?
Well, that's what I'm
No,
adding to the question. My question is
we-
there any plan? And it seems like there isn't. So I'm just.
Why don't we leave it to our board engineer to see if he has any other requirements based upon these questions? Not tonight.
That's
Not
fair.
tonight, but it's some items that are brought up that maybe you would want to look into,
Thanks.
if you want to look into them.
Okay, any other questions for
They're all good points, basically, so
Jess Levy?
I don't think he took his hand down last time.
Oh,
Hi, I want to ask one more question. You seem very confident that this auxiliary road would be approved by DEP. Just, can you give us an idea why you're so confident?
Well, it's a statewide general permit. So statewide general permits are authorized activities for minor fills and disturbances of wetlands for certain activities. These things have been similar to nationwide permits that the Corps of Engineers have. They're basically tried and true activities that if you meet the certain conditions of these permits, they're authorized by the DEP.
Okay, since you're so confident that this auxiliary road would be approved, is this a condition, absolute condition, that if this road is not permitted, that Freehold Road will not be used for construction?
It's a condition the board can place if they so desire. I got the point.
Thank you.
And I would certainly think that if this was approved, that would be a condition, because the applicant certainly offered that as the alternative when Freehold Road was a deep concern by everybody else. So certainly that could, if the board so desires, we can make that a condition of approval.
Well, with 8,000 trucks going up Freehold Road, it's really not feasible. But
You lost 2,000 trucks already, so truckloads. It was 10 earlier in the evening.
Plus this, and I have one more question about the sewer line. You said the sewer line is, middle of the sewer line is 20 feet away from the fence, but you're going to have trucks right up against the fence, I assume, impacting the living conditions of the residents of Nobility Crest for weeks, or maybe months.
He said 2 weeks. Wasn't the statement, Mr. Besh, it takes about 2 weeks to put that in?
That was my statement, yes.
That's a condition also.
Well, we can't condition the time it takes. If this project is approved, I believe that the improvement to Freehold Road is a benefit to those homeowners also who do not have sewer connections, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't think that if the board approves the application, we can condition it only takes 2 weeks. It may take 3. I just don't know.
Okay.
But that would be a standard, Dave, was sort of a standard operation if they were going to put sewers down my street type thing.
Correct.
Where you have an inconvenience for a minimal period of time. That's not the 6 months that it's going to take to remove the fill. It's quite different, I'm gathering.
Correct.
Okay, but DB, the other condition Mr. Levy was talking about, I'll note, so when the board discusses if they want to use that, if they temporary road is not approved, they got to come back basically because they can't use Freehold Road.
Thank you.
okay. I know we have 3 more, but any other questions for Mr. Besh or Dr. Francis?
Mr. Falvo, you're way past your 3 minutes, man.
Mr. Garofalo came back and asked the question, so just leave it.
We should have taken him too, but go ahead.
Okay.
Fast one, Peter? Yeah.
Pardon me?
A fast one.
A fast one. Mr. Besh, in the event when you take the soil down to the grade that you want, and you find that you have to pile the site in order to support the building, will the piling have an effect on the retaining wall?
Okay, you were in and out, and I'm not sure I got the whole question.
Okay, I said, if you take the site down to the grade that you need, and you find that the soil requires requires piling in order to build the building. Will the piling affect the retaining wall? Or could it affect the retaining wall?
I think the building is way far away from the retaining walls as compared to the driveway. So again, that's really not something we had looked at. So I really couldn't offer even a wild guess on that.
So you have no idea what the finished grade soil composition would be?
I do not know what the bearing capacity of that soil is, no.
Thank you.
Dave, wouldn't these be things that the time that we go for building permits, assuming we get approved, that are going to be looked at and clarified and worked out? We're just not going to be able to go in there unassisted by regulatory authority. We're going to have to meet the requirements that are necessary for a safe construction. Is that correct?
All the retaining walls that we're proposing would need a detailed geotechnical analysis for their structural, by a structural engineer for their design and stability. So that's the time when the detailed analysis of bearing capacity for not only the retaining walls, but the stormwater system, chambers, and the building would be done at that time.
And the bottom line is, if we don't pass it, then we can't do it. Same thing with a certificate of need. If we don't get a certificate
find
of need, we can't
alternatives.
go forward. These later approvals, all things that we will have to meet.
Correct. Like I said, this is the first step, trying to obtain this approval. From there, it just gets more detailed.
Okay, are there any other questions for Mr. Besh or Dr. Francis? Okay, not seeing any. So is it safe to say that questions for Mr. Besh and there won't be any more questions for Mr. Besh or Dr. Francis?
They're excused at this point. They don't have to come back.
Okay, now we do have three more. Julia
John
Violet.
Ray, the traffic engineer, Julia Violet, the lead on the video that we made, and Wayne Lehrman, our architect.
Okay, next, just in the order that I wrote them down, would be Julia Vaya. Is she here?
Yeah, she's been here twice, and she's actually in London. And it's probably about 3 o'clock in the morning. So I'd like to have her speak for us.
So?
Okay.
I feel like 3 o'clock now.
She's been a great sport.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Any questions for Ms. Vayak?
I have a question from David Trubitz.
David Trebitz, your if you could state your name, your address, and your question for Ms. Vayak. And you're muted if you can hear me. David Tribitz, you're muted. Okay, going once, twice. Okay,
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe this is for Dr. Francis, really. My name is David Tribitz.
Dr. Francis has been excused. Is he still here, though? I don't know.
I don't really know. Maybe somebody else could answer it then. I really don't know. I'm not an expert in these things. And
what's your question? What's your question?
Well, my question is, when I hear wetlands and sewers and things like that, I think of bad, nasty odors. Is there any point of is this going to be happening? That's what because I once lived near something where a sewer.
We heard the question. Is anybody available, Mr. Donner, to answer that?
If David left, he'd be the most likely person to do it. I mean, my impression is that this is new construction. So the fact that it's new construction as opposed to opening an existing system would have a big difference. Dave, can you answer that question? I think he is here.
Well, the sanitary sewer, it's a closed system, so there wouldn't be any more aromas than you would find from the sewer mains that exist in your own streets. So no, there should be no odors from the sanitary sewer installation.
And the wetlands wouldn't cause anything like that either.
The wetlands are already there and they're existing, so if they're not smelling now, they shouldn't be in the future.
No, I'm saying if you on top is on top, but when you go underneath it is the wetlands has no odor either, right?
We're not excavating through the wetlands. We're filling on temporary fill on top of the wetlands.
On top of the wetlands. Okay, thank you.
Bill Commons?
Yes, Bill Commons, Nobility Crest. Could you give us this young lady's?
Who is your
credentials?
question? Who is your question to?
This young lady you just introduced, like Julia?
Julia Vayak.
Yeah,
Yes.
just tell her. Can we just
Yes.
have her credentials and what she's testifying about?
She already testified. She presented videos and diagrams of what basically you will see from above. Is that accurate, Ms. Vaya?
Yes, so essentially we produced a video which was a fly-through animation of the existing neighborhood, whereby we also animated the proposed facility. So you were able to see essentially the relationships between the existing buildings and the subject facility in the video.
Okay.
Do you have any questions of her, Mr. Commons?
No, I just want to know. I remember the aerial shots and all that, but
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trivets, please put your hand down.
Any other questions for Ms. Vaya? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing.
No, Falvo was raising his hand.
Okay. Mr.
Physically.
Falva.
Thank you. Ms. Vaya, with regard to your display, you will still have night glow from the lights surrounding the parking lot and the site in general, will you not?
Well, Mr. Falvo, in the form of a question, shouldn't it be, will you still have night glow?
Thank you, Mr. Steinberg. Will you still have night glow?
Apologies, I don't think I understand the question.
Right. The parking lot, the building will be illuminated. With that illumination visible from the surrounding properties.
Well,
By way of night glow.
this is the point that has not been covered in the video because we only produced a day version, so we did not produce a night version. And on the same point, that wasn't the intention of the fly-through animation as well. So we were not concentrated on the lighting element, but we were concentrated on the spatial relationships between the objects within the space.
But Peter, we do have a lighting plan which shows exactly what the lumens are along the entire property, so you can check that out for yourself.
The lumens along the property are one thing, Mr. Donner.
We have a lighting plan that shows exactly where the lumens are throughout the entire property. David could probably give you a little more detail, but it's pretty detailed on the plan.
Lumens go outward on the ground. They don't go
Let's not-
skyward.
All right, Peter, the question, unfortunately, Ms. Vayak, that's not her domain. Since it's 3 in the morning for her, does anybody else have any other questions
No,
of
that
Ms.
was my
Vayak?
only question.
Thank you. Anybody else though?
I'm not seeing anyone.
Thank you, Ms. Vayak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julia.
Thank you.
Appreciate it greatly. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Mr. John Ray, traffic engineer.
I think that's gonna be a lot of questions.
Okay.
I don't-
Mr. Lerman,
Mark,
architect.
I'll stay till 3 in the morning too to get it done.
Why don't we
I
just
don't-
see if there are a lot of questions, Mark? It's only.
Well, I just meant maybe
panel.
we should start with the architect. I think that's probably less questions.
Okay, Mr. Lerman.
I don't know. It's up to, I don't care. It's either one.
John's been waiting around as long as anybody, so why don't we just, he's ready
Okay.
right now.
Let's go.
Okay, questions from Mr. Lost track of questions for Mr. Ray, traffic.
Other than Mr. Falvo, we can get somebody else to get a chance. We'll get you later, Peter.
Thank you.
Okay, I am not seeing anyone.
You're
Oh,
kidding.
Donna Mendito. Please state your name, your address, and your question for Mr. Ray. You're muted.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Donna Mendito, 34 Sequoia Parkway in Cedar Village. My concern is with the construction.
Now, is it
I
a
am-
question or a comment?
It's a kind of a question, comment, both together, I guess you could
Wait.
say. Basically.
Is it going to start with who, what, when, where, why, or
No,
how?
no. I understand that the construction traffic, the entrance is going to be 150 feet from our entrance. Am I correct on that?
I think, and unfortunately, Dave, I don't know if Dave is still with us. I thought I saw at the bottom of Dave's plan, the actual distance between the center line of Cedar Village Boulevard and the center line of the temporary access was over 250 feet. But if you look-
Is that 250 west of our entrance? Is that what you're
Yes.
saying?
Yes.
Okay. My concern is that I'm living here 16 years. I cannot tell you how many times I have tried to leave Cedar Village with a green light, okay? And the traffic heading west goes through the red light. There's been several accidents where people have been, the cars have landed under the that great sign that we have sitting there. Okay, so that's my first concern. The
Now,
next
Ms.
one
Mendito,
is
there will be time for that, but do you have another question?
yes, my concern is, has anybody done any kind of testing of, you're talking, how many dump trucks a day? 67? Okay, am I correct on that?
That's what Mr. Besh testified to. My math was a little bit less than that, but that is
Okay.
that's over an 8-hour period. So you're talking about, roughly, if you go by Mr. Besh's numbers, roughly 8 or 9 trucks per hour.
Okay, my question is, has anybody done any kind of study on how a dump truck works? It comes down to the bottom of the hill. It has to sit for that light to turn green in order to be pulling out. It has to shift into gear, fully loaded, and he's starting up the hill. I want to know if there's going to be any adjustment in the traffic lights. Has anybody thought about doing this? Because otherwise, there's going to be accidents left and right with trucks pulling out onto Route 66.
Okay, I respectfully disagree with you, and I'll try to explain why. The traffic light at Cedar Village Boulevard operates on a 90-second traffic signal cycle, which means there are 45 complete cycles per hour. So if there are 8 or 9 trucks leaving the site during any particular hour of the day, they're going to have 45 opportunities when the traffic light turns red on Route 66 to get out on, to make the right turn out onto Route 66 westbound. Plenty of opportunities for those trucks to safely make that turn when the traffic light turns red 45 times an hour on Route 66.
I respectfully disagree with you. I sit
Okay.
here at the light.
That's
and
not,
I-
ma'am, that's not a question.
Okay, I'm
He
just
gave you
going to
his-
say that my other question is, I understand that that light is timed for us based on how many cars are sitting at our traffic light. It is basically a timed traffic light.
Wait.
Okay,
John,
so that being
wait a
said,
minute, ma'am, wait a minute.
Yes.
John, is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay.
Okay. My question is that you have cars pulling out of Cedar Village, turning right to go up. We have cars that can make the right turn if there's no traffic coming, even though we're red. So I want to know if you're taking any consideration into adjusting that light in order to accommodate us coming out of our development and turning right and having to deal with a truck that's pulling out in front of us, a dump truck fully loaded. That's what my question is.
I have not suggested that there's any need to provide changes to the traffic signal timing. What I can tell you is that I obtained the timing directive from the NJDOT, and there is a maximum green time on Cedar Village Boulevard of 15 seconds. If for whatever reason you feel that that's inadequate, the DOT, somebody can contact the DOT. Probably the best idea would be to do it through the township to see if you wanted to increase that maximum green time from 15 to 20 seconds that request can be made to the DOT. I can tell you that based on the studies that we did and my observations, I've been a resident of the general area for the last 35 years, go through that intersection on a regular basis. I haven't seen an instance where the 15 seconds was not enough to get the queue off of Cedar Village Boulevard. But if you've experienced that, the DOT can and should be contacted.
Yes, my concern is, again, I question the fact that we are going to be making a right-hand turn, and in our lane, that right-hand lane is going to be a fully loaded dump truck. So we have to question whether or not the timing is going to be off because we are pulling out behind a dump truck, or we are going to have to get immediately to the left lane because the truck is going to be in our way. So that being said, I guess Cedar Village should contact the highway. Is that how we do this? Or do we wait to see what happens with your situation?
You could do it either way.
Well, obviously, if you have not approached the highway department to get approval, we can't just put that into the highway department because they're going to think we're crazy. What are we talking about? They know nothing about the construction.
Mrs. Mendito, Mrs. Mendito, we only can have questions here. We're way.
Well, I'm asking how to do this.
No, and we're way past the 3-minute mark.
Believe me, I've sat through every meeting till 10 and almost 11 o'clock. I understand. I get you.
I'm sorry, but at 3 minutes, that's our rule. So.
Okay, so. Okay, my question is, then we wait till they get approval to be the construction, then we can make the.
You don't have to wait. You can make the request through the township for the DOT to review the traffic signal timing. You can do that tomorrow. It's up to you.
Okay, so thank you again for your time. I appreciate the board spending all this time working with us with the Cedar Village. Thank you.
Okay, Marvin Golden.
Mr. Wright, do you have any
Can you just state
idea?
your name and address?
Marvin Golden, 31 Boxwood Drive, Cedar Village. Mr. Ray, do you have any idea what a fully loaded dump truck would start, at what speed it would go in the first 10 or 15 seconds, making from a full stop a turn?
It's not my field of expertise, but I would expect it would be a pretty slow acceleration.
Thank you.
And those trucks use our roads and our state roads on a regular basis, but I do not have any specific knowledge.
Thank you.
Bill Commons, name and address and your question.
Bill Commons, 2206 Nobility Crest. Mr. Rea, you say you go through that area many times. Where do you reside?
I don't think that's any, of
Well,
any relevance.
You said you go through that area. Well, I live here and I go through there every day. I'm a Monmouth County guy my whole life, and I know the traffic around here pretty good.
All right, sir. I live in Brielle. Used to live in Avon.
Okay. Would you agree that these construction trucks are coming from the west?
I don't know that to be a fact. It depends on who the applicant.
If you lived in Avon, I lived in Seagirt, there's nothing east of Route 18. There's no cement trucks areas. There's no carpentry. There's correct.
But trucks could come off of Route 18 at the Route 66 interchange and approach from the east.
Okay, but I would say, as not a traffic expert, but they're mostly coming from the west.
We don't know that. They could be coming off Route 18 and approach from the east. We don't know that.
Okay, let's assume they're coming from the west, and they're coming down past Home Depot. How many lanes is that highway, Route 66?
Right now, it's one in each direction, but the DOT does have plans to improve it to 2 lanes in each direction.
And when would that be?
You could probably check with the township. The plans are developed. I'm not sure what the timing of it is. Maybe somebody at the township knows.
Okay, so that if it's not done by then, they're coming down a 1 lane from the west, and they have to make a U-turn onto Route 6, back onto Route 66, correct?
Yes, correct.
You know the little U-turn there?
Yes, the jug handle.
Okay, so if they make that U-turn, a loaded truck, how many tons are those trucks?
Well, Okay, let's back up for a second. I think the truck that would be making the U-turn would be unloaded because they'd be going to the site to take soil off the site, but I
Or
don't.
prior to maybe, or prior to maybe, if this plan is approved, cement trucks will, they 4 or 5 cement trucks at a time come in and have to make that turn. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. So as they make that turn, as this lady, Mrs. Mendito was talking about, they make the turn, a wide turn into the right lane to make another right into the temporary road. Don't you think that's going to be a traffic problem?
No, sir.
Why?
Because those trucks use our state highway system and our roadway system every day. This has been factored into the design of the state highway system, the design of the traffic signals, the jug handles, that the truck can make that turn.
But you just said that a truck just beginning. Go ahead.
Cement trucks travel our roads every day and make these kinds of turns every day. It happened today, it'll happen tomorrow.
I understand it, but you just said going from 0 to 4 miles an hour takes a loaded truck of cement takes a long period of time to make that turn.
I said I had no specific knowledge, but they travel our roads every day.
Okay, and what if the truck, the dump truck, the cement truck doesn't make the turn and continues onto Cedar Village Boulevard by mistake? That'll happen. So then they'll have to make it.
I disagree. I think the truck drivers will see the entrance as they're approaching from the west. They will see where the temporary entrance is, about 250 feet west of Cedar Village Boulevard. There's no reason for them to go up Cedar Village Boulevard.
Okay. How about the traffic coming, get off the trucks deal now, the residents coming out of Cedar Village Boulevard and Nobility Crest, sloping down to that stoplight? Will a snow event, slippery sliding snow, be a traffic problem?
If it's not a problem today, it won't be a problem in the future because we're not planning on making any changes to the slope of Cedar Village Boulevard.
Well, no, it has been a problem in the past.
Then you need to, if it has been a problem, I don't know if you've contacted anybody at DOT or at the township, but somebody should be contacted if it has been a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next is iPad 4 Winston 387. State your name and address and your question, please.
William Garofolo, 7 Center Street, Ocean, New Jersey. Mr. Ray, it's been a while since you've testified, since you gave your original testimony. And if I'm correct, you did your study in the winter during COVID. And before.
Stop right there. That's incorrect.
Okay. Could you please correct me then?
Sure.
When your study was done?
3 sets of traffic counts were done. My firm conducted traffic counts in July of 2020. We went back out, we recounted the intersection in December of 2021. We also reviewed, let me back up, we also reviewed the NJDOT's historical traffic volume data, specifically from July of 2018. And we found, looking at the 3 separate sets of counts, that the July 2018 historical counts from the NJDOT were the highest along the Route 66 corridor. So we used those for the analysis. Presumably, the summer 2018 counts were the highest because of the pandemic, and they're pre-pandemic counts. Right. So we looked at a worst case analysis. There has been a decrease in traffic volume along the Route 66 corridor since the pandemic, but we have not factored that into the analysis. We used the higher traffic counts.
Okay. Again, my question was going to be, being that when these analyses were done, and I do appreciate you correcting me, but there has been some more development. There's been 98 new homes in the immediate area. There's been 2 distribution centers for Amazon, one in Seaview Square, one on Jumping Brook Road, and there's just been another 100 townhouse approvals on Route 66 in Tinton Falls. And I just wonder if you still think that your analysis is valid or should be re-examined.
I still think it's valid because we projected traffic volumes to a design year of 2025. We reviewed the DOT's historical growth rate data for the area, which takes into account the development that you mentioned. And we included that growth rate in our projections of 2025 traffic volumes.
Thank you.
I'm certain that if I went out to retake the traffic counts now, with the changes that the pandemic has brought, they would be lower. I'm pretty certain of that. The two sets of traffic counts we did after 2018 were both lower than the summer 2018 traffic volumes. And I'm pretty sure if I do them again today, they're going to be lower as well.
Well, you haven't sat there on the summer day where 66 is backed up all the way to Cedar Village Boulevard from
Oh,
the
I have.
circle, but
I have.
so traffic has definitely increased since 2020. But thank you, and
You're
thank you
welcome.
for correcting me.
I didn't mean to correct you.
No, I appreciate.
I just, you know, I didn't use winter traffic counts.
It's been, you know what? It's been a very long time since you
It
first testified.
Believe me, I know that. I've been coming to all these meetings waiting to answer questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Ray? I'm sorry, yes, Mr. Ray. Okay, I am not seeing.
Mr.
any-
Falvo has to be somewhere.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay, Mr. Falvo.
Thank you. John,
Yes, Peter.
going to the entrance. Dave is still around, maybe you can pull it up. But I think you did your estimates as for the site distance based upon the location of the proposed relocation of the gates.
My understanding is nothing's going to change, Peter. If that's incorrect, I can stand corrected. My understanding is everything's going to stay as it is today.
Okay, if that's the case, as you make the left turn from the site, from Cedar Village Boulevard into Arbor Way, does not the guardhouse obstruct your vision so that your sight distance is below that's required by the DOT?
It does not. It limits it to approximately 300 feet, which is acceptable.
Making the left with the guardhouse where it is.
Yes. We have 300 feet of sight distance, which is adequate for a car coming out of Cedar Village doing about 40 miles per hour, which requires 305 feet of safe stopping sight distance. We have 300, and I honestly don't think anybody's coming out of Cedar Village going through the gate in the guardhouse at 40 miles an hour. And I think the speed limit's 25, if I'm not mistaken.
You haven't been there in the morning. In any event, the gate is open from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., so nobody has to stop at the gate.
Correct, but they're not doing 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, anyway.
No.
Now, if the light is about to turn, you better get off the street if you're a pedestrian. So your testimony is there's sufficient sight distance for the vehicle making the left into Arbor Way.
Based on the speed of the vehicles coming out of Cedar Village on Cedar Village Boulevard, yes.
There's no obstruction from the guardhouse.
The obstruction limits it to approximately 300 feet, which is adequate.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Ray? I do.
Mr. Levy.
Levy. If you can state your name,
Yeah.
address, question.
Hi, Jess Levy, 7 Center Street, Nobility Crest, Unit 4206. I have a question about how many, during the transitions, the breaks of employees, how many cars will be leaving at approximately the same hour or the same time frame? Have you studied that?
I did, and actually, I don't know if you've reviewed the traffic study that I prepared, but I actually did a worst case analysis. There was some discussion at the beginning of the meeting as to when the shift changes would occur. And I think I can tell you from doing probably several dozen traffic studies for assisted living facilities, it is very typical that the shift changes are 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., and then 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. So the primary traffic entering the site as far as employees will be sometime prior to 7 o'clock in the morning. I assumed that the heavy shift change would occur during the peak hour on Route 66, which is actually 8:15 to 9:15. I did a worst case analysis. The actual traffic volumes on Route 66 between 6 and 7 o'clock in the morning are half of what they are later in the morning between 8:15 and 9:15. But I assumed that our shift change would coincide with the peak hour on Route 66, even though it doesn't. But to answer your question, I think there would be approximately 90 vehicles entering. There are 90 employees. Assuming every employee drove a personal car to the site, there would be 90 cars entering over a 1 hour period between 6 and 7 in the morning.
What about the second shift?
Second shift would be approximately half that, 45, if I'm not mistaken. And that would be between 2 and 3 o'clock. Again, when Route 66 is not experiencing peak hour traffic volumes.
Why have you reduced that to 45 cars? It's a
Excuse me?
300, it's a 300 bed facility. So I'm not sure how you arrived at 45 cars at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
It's based on the number of employees per bed. These numbers are very typical of an assisted living facility. And again, Mr. Levy,
This is
again,
not it. I'm sorry.
Again, I did a worst case analysis. If I were to use the traffic volumes that the ITE, the Institute of Transportation Engineers, would tell me that would be generated by a 255 bed facility, instead of looking at 90 cars entering during the peak hour, if I use the ITE numbers, I'd be looking at 32 cars. So again, I understand the concerns. By nature, I'm a very conservative engineer. I try to account for these situations, and I believe I've done so appropriately in this situation.
I'm sorry, did you calculate this based on assisted living? Because this is not only an assisted living
Correct.
facility.
There's a nursing home component too, and I calculated it using the assisted, I calculated it based on 172 assisted living beds and 83 nursing home beds. There's a different calculation for each one.
Right. And 45 cars in that during that 3 o'clock break. That's what you're estimating.
Go sit in an assisted living facility or a nursing home and count the cars. I think you'll find out it's pretty accurate during the roadway peak hour.
Okay, any other questions?
Just to finish up, one more question.
No,
How
no,
many-
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Levy, you're way past your 3.
Okay.
Wilma has her question, and I believe that's the last hand up.
Okay, I have one quick question. Has any study been done about the impact of the new roundabout they're planning on building?
That's part
How
of
that's going to impact when you're doing construction here as well as construction up there?
Yeah, the roundabout is part of the DOT's improvements for the Route 66 corridor. I actually think it'll be an improvement over what currently exists over there at Bound Road and Wayside Road, which is a complicated signalized intersection. I think the roundabout will work better, to be honest with you.
I just wonder what the impact would be with all the construction there and then construction at our entrance too. I mean, how are we supposed to get out of the only entrance exit that we have in this development?
Well, the DOT has designed the roundabout and designed the Route 66 improvements. Usually they take a look at least a 20 or a 30-year horizon into the future before they design these improvements. So I'm sure traffic like this will be accounted for.
Well, they didn't do a great job at the Eatontown Circle, the 3 times they tried making that better.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's questions time. No comment.
Sorry.
Please.
Okay, Bill, comments?
Future self.
You're muted. If you can hear me, you're muted.
I'm sorry. Last question, Mr. Anthony Pugili, was he on the board at one time or is he still on the board? No?
What is your,
You need a question to the traffic engineer. Mr. Bill,
You're
you're muted, but you need a question to the traffic engineer.
Yes, Mr. Rea, thank you. Would you agree that a staging area for construction trucks will hinder the traffic?
It depends on where it is. If it's right on Route 66 in front of the site, yes, but those are the details that usually get worked out with the township professionals, the engineering staff, prior to the construction starting. There will be limits placed on the days and the times of the day that, you know, the trucks can enter and exit the site. That's usually worked out with the township, you know, at a pre-construction phase.
Okay, thank you. And thank the board and Mr. Kirk and all the board members. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
And I only wanted to add one more thing before we wrap it up. The Township of Ocean Police Department has issued a report which basically says that after reviewing the plans, I have no recommendations to propose. So I think the police report is important to be put on the record as well, too.
okay, and any other questions for Mr. Ray? I am not seeing any. I do believe we have one last person, Mr. Lerman.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, any questions? I'm sorry. Okay, Mr. Lerman is the architect. Questions for
Yes.
Mr. Lerman?
Mr. Falvo has his hand up.
Okay, Mr. Falvo?
Yeah, Mr. Lerman, Mr. Besh testified earlier that there's going to be a sewer injection system. So I assume in order for that to work in all types of weather that I need to
I'm having trouble hearing your question.
I'm sorry. Mr. Besh testified that there's going to be a sewer injection system
Right.
in order to get the sewage up into Freehold Road. I'm assuming if that's the case, there'll be a separate generator so that the injection system will work.
Meeting room in the clubhouse,
Where?
right here,
Oh, I wonder if anybody's there.
Ability Crest.
I can't see who is.
Talking.
Mr. Zimmerman, you should mute yourself because we're hearing you. Okay.
Thank you for that.
Wayne, did you hear the question? Did you hear
Is the question whether the facility is going to have generators, you know, in case of any kind of power failures, you know, to back up the existing systems? The answer would be yes to that.
All right, and would that generator have to be located in proximity to the injection system?
Well, there might be a dedicated, I don't know at this particular point, but there might be something that's dedicated to that as opposed to the building itself.
And,
I can't tell you specifically where that would be located at this
and
particular point.
with regard to the building itself, will there be auxiliary generator to keep the building fully illuminated and function?
Yes, absolutely.
And where would those generators be located?
I'm not exactly sure. Sometimes they've been on the roof of buildings, sometime on the ground. Sometimes they're shielded, you know, by landscaping and screening. Like I say, I don't know at this particular point. Usually there's guidelines where they can be located when they're on the ground, you know, based on distances from property lines and everything. This is a different type of site, but that's a large site. But usually there's setback requirements and so forth like that, that zoning has specific dimensions and so forth, where they can be located and how they're screened if they're on the ground.
And with regard to your plans, do you know how large you're proposing for the laundry area?
Again, how large, again, I'm having trouble again. Something about my plan, I couldn't make out your question.
He's asked how large,
Go ahead.
how large the laundry room is going to be.
Again, those are specifics at this point that we don't know. Whatever spatial relationships are on the building now, eventually that program is going to be finalized and has to go to the Department of Health for final approvals for all the total facility. So what we're trying to do with our plans is just to designate an area that will be provided as part of the plans.
And if you need a greater area that intrudes into some of the other areas, I assume that will require a redesign of the building?
Well, the building, no, the building size will stay absolutely the same size, but the particular spatial relationships that happen, especially in the common areas that support the building, not only the laundry room, but dining areas, arts and crafts rooms, and so forth, would all be finalized based on final submitted to the Department of Health.
With regard, if I get back to the generators for a moment. The generators, as I understand them, go on automatically 1 day a week, for like 20 minutes or
Yeah,
self-test.
that's correct. They cycle on and off, yes.
Putting those on the roof of a building that's got a nursing home facility, memory care, and assisted living, that's going to rattle a few people, won't it?
Again, I didn't hear the end of the question.
I said, won't the generators recycling on the roof be a disturbance to the residents?
No, not at all. I mean, there's such a great distance between the building itself and the roof, especially to the nobility as well as Cedar Village, that it would be negligible. I don't think you hear it at all.
I know, but what about the residents of this facility that you've designed?
In the building? No, I think the
generators on the roof.
No,
Isn't
but
that
the
going to
building,
have a noise effect on the residents in the building?
no, I've been involved with a lot of medical buildings that need generators. The way these buildings are constructed from the standpoint of how they're built and structurally and how they're insulated and so forth, the interiors will not, there will be no negligible sound that any of the residents will hear. I can tell you that.
I respectfully disagree, but that's all right.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Lerman?
One other question. Is there anything we can do to the building to make it look more attractive?
Well, that's an architectural opinion.
No, frankly, that's an objectionable question. That doesn't
Let me just say,
true.
let me say.
Wait, Peter, do you have a question?
Yes, I said, is there anything that can be done to make the building look more attractive?
And I object to that question. I think it's ridiculous. Okay.
Well, you can.
This is his personal taste. We think it's attractive.
His personal taste has to satisfy the adjacent people.
Can I answer the question? Can I please answer the question? Okay. What I tried to do, knowing the sensitivity of the structure, is know the type of materials and so forth that are in the surrounding community, meaning the nobility in Cedar Village. The whole facades on these buildings, my intent was to break up the facade and try to make it less institutional and more residential in character. Hence, the material I've used are materials that are used throughout Cedar Village on the houses as well as in the nobility. And what I tried to do with the pattern on the facades of the building, because they're long wings, is to break up those wings, utilize the different materials. And not likewise the roof lines. When you do buildings like this, I tried to break up the roof lines. Hence those, call them parapets that I did, is to break up the roof line, which creates more architectural interest. At the same time, it acts as a shielding to any kind of equipment that might be there and so forth like that. So in my opinion, I think the design succeeds, frankly, in having a residential character, and eventually the colors and so forth that we get will blend in with the materials that I used on the other developments surrounding this site.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Lerman? I am not seeing any. So I believe we have gone through all 5 of your experts. Mr. Donner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I understand that Mr. Lehrman is also excused, as well as Mr. Besh, Dr. Francis, Ms. Vayak, and
Mr. Ray.
That's whoever else testified tonight. So we're done with the responsibility of presenting witnesses at these hearings, as I understand.
Correct. Yes, we understand it too. Yes.
The next procedure, I would believe, and if just hear me out, and Mr. Kirk and Mr. Donner and Mr. Gazarovski. The next procedure would be anybody who would want to comment to the board would be given a maximum of 3 minutes, and we ask them not be repetitive. And then Mr. Gazarovski will sum up, and then Mr. Donner, and then the board would make a decision.
May I ask if you intend to make a decision tonight?
We haven't heard from the public as the comments.
Over 4 hours.
Pardon me?
We've been going at this for over 4 hours. You intend?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I said the next procedure will be, and I assume that we're going to adjourn and get another time because the public wants to comment.
I apologize. I misunderstood what you said.
I don't think we're going to have the public sit and comment tonight, but there would be no more witnesses. The matter, Ron, this is what our procedure would usually be. We'd open it to the public. They would have a maximum of 3 minutes. We ask them not to be repetitive, to give their opinions to the board or their concerns. And then Mr. Gazarovski would sum up first, and then Mr. Donner, and then the board would discuss it in public and make a decision.
I'm going to ask that
I misunderstood what you said.
No, I'm going to ask that we move forward. This has been such a long lagging application. Everyone has the information fresh in their minds presently. Okay. It seems unreasonable not to go a little bit further so that we can come to a conclusion, the board can come to a conclusion on this matter, and we can move on in our lives. So I would say that I'm asking for us to move forward with public comment that will be, I will have the 3-minute marker on it and go from there.
It's up to the board and the 2 attorneys. So I don't know how you guys want to proceed.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to do that.
Is there any other board members, if you can chime in, are you willing to go a little
fine
further
with
tonight?
however, good with me, however you guys need to proceed.
Okay.
I'm good.
Can I ask how long that will be? I have to be at a school for a bereavement that I have to be at tomorrow at 7:15.
I would assume it's going to be an hour for the public to comment.
Well, an hour. I believe it'll be an hour for everything to be wrapped up.
And we will hold firm to the 3 minutes if we proceed. Can you hang in there, Grace Ann? Can you?
It takes me an hour to get to this school. I mean, that's almost midnight. And then I literally have like 5.5 hours to sleep. I don't know. I guess I will.
But could I make a suggestion? Are we going to we're gonna and I apologize because I didn't hear it all earlier, Mark. Are we gonna do summations after public comment?
Yes.
I'm just gonna say that I don't mind either way. I hate to bring everybody back or anything, but Grace has, I'm putting pressure on someone that we've been going at this for over 4 hours.
Well, the only, and I know, Ron, you don't want to be here another night and the whole bit, and no one else does. You're now down to 68 participants. Right. We started with about 120, which means that they're going to complain that they didn't have their ability because they didn't stay to comment.
Excellent point.
Who said that?
Bill Common from Nobility Crest. I think we all should.
Oh, thank you. Well, I wasn't asking you. Okay, thank you, sir. I don't know. I mean, it's all part and parcel. I don't know what to tell you guys.
Can we go for Can we go for half an hour to see how far we get with public? Because then we may be able to have a short meeting for just summations or get through. It's just that I realize it's been a long evening, but.
Is that okay, Grace Ann? Half hour? And we'll see where we're at.
And Ron, if I could just echo that, thank you. I'll hang in there and maybe therefore, if the public understands, we've heard a lot. So in terms of just being repetitive, if there's a
I
comment
got
made.
you. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll do a firm stop, 11:15. If someone is speaking, they'll get their remaining 3 minutes of what's left, but we will wrap it up. Okay?
That means
Also,
we're gonna have to, maybe we
It's
can,
Eric, Mark, it's Eric Bennell. I just wanted to say that I did arrive late to the meeting after the roll call, but I am also here.
and
I had,
Eric will not be able to vote then until he hears the first part of tonight's hearing.
so
Right.
yeah, I figured that would, yeah.
Well, and which may be very possible, because I don't know how far we're gonna get. Let's start, because it's we're gonna go to 11:15. Let's get going, okay?
Okay, sounds
Shawanda?
good.
MW, if you can state your name, your address, and your 3 minutes will begin.
My name is Mark Ritter. I live at 7 Center Street, number 1306 in Nobility Crest. I had to, like everybody else, have sat through, I guess, 6 of these things. First of all, I appreciate everybody that does this because you're committed on a committee, because it's quite a job. So hats off to you, whatever your decision is. I wanted to talk about quality of life. I don't want to talk specifically about whether there's runoff or not, or how many dump trucks, but I'd like to talk about all of it, because I moved down here, as did a lot of other people, for this thing called quality of life. And I'm in the last third of my life. I'm happy that I made it this far. I'd like to keep going. If I think about 67 dump trucks a day, that was, what I hear, 8 trucks an hour. I don't want to get into how many minutes it is. That's a lot of dump trucks. It becomes a mining operation. It doesn't seem like it's a construction project. We talked about traffic problems. We talked about trucks having to make 90-degree turns to get into a service lot. We're measuring the distance and how many trees we're going to have. This is a great idea in the wrong spot. And I love the idea, but the one on 35 and 36, whoever said they don't know what it is, drive by it. It's a big rehab get well center for older people, whatever you want to call it. And it's about 6-7 minutes away. So I just think this is a great idea. I'd like to put it in a different spot. I hope you all agree with me. There's, whether it's the 2004 plan or it's the deer that are running loose, there's so many reasons why this is not the right place for this wonderful idea. And I thank you very much.
Marvin Golden, your 3 minutes begins now.
I'd like to thank the board for doing just a terrific job and honoring the idea that the public should have a say in question. I appreciate everybody on the board. I have 2 comments, and one is sort of repetitive, but sort of from a different angle. When I asked Mr. Ray about the speed of the trucks, he had no idea. And I want to stress to the board that I think that they should take into consideration that these very, very full and heavy trucks will go a couple of miles an hour once they turn onto a major incline. And that will tie everything up for the 8 hours. In addition to which, we had testimony that it would be 8,000 truckloads over a 6-month period of time, which doesn't take into account holidays, but more importantly, weather. And I dare say that the 6 months is not really going to be a true picture. The second thing I'll say is that as a resident of Cedar Village, we are under a contract that we have to keep the outside of our homes clean. And this project is going to take, we've heard 2 years, but I've never seen a construction project ever been done on time. And I'm going to say that our homes are going to be filthy as a result of this construction. And we are having to take the financial responsibility of cleaning the outside of our homes through no fault of ours, but due to the Arbor Way. And I'd like you to take that into consideration also. And once again, I thank you very much.
Okay, iPad 4, Winston 387, 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, thank you and the board for your time. I appreciate and understand your service as I held a seat on the planning board for 6 years. I served under the tutelage of Tom Means, Warren Good, Jim Higgins, Bill Fitzgerald, to name a few. It was instilled, the master plan was made for a reason and with great thought. And it was the purpose of the board to protect and defend the master plan and the township, not the applicant. Our master plan recognized that this zone was not suitable for this type of development. This project also would have great impact on the senior citizens living in the 450 tax-paying houses and condominiums in Cedar Village and Nobility Crest. I listened to every minute of testimony and viewed this applicant as if I was still sitting on the board and felt it was incomplete, vague in areas, and had too many open questions. There were too many instances that depended on other agency approvals, certifications, license, studies. Soil testing, a mining plan, construction traffic, the use of township roads, the need for piling, environmental impact studies, wetlands and DOT approvals, just to name a few. I asked the board to consider all of these things when making your decisions and not approve this application. Again, thank you for your time.
Okay, is there any other public comment? I am not seeing anyone. Don Brockle.
Yeah, thank you, Board Madam Chairman. And again, lifelong resident, camped in those hills up there, and I've seen it developed as a child and as a young adult, and it was pristine in the old days. The only thing I remember was the old gravel pits in the back, and we really enjoyed those hills. Now, since we have a Route 18 put in, the Seaview Mall, of course, Cedar Village and Nobility Crest, and along with that, downstream problems. Hundreds and hundreds of people downstream live along Deal Lake, love Deal Lake, and Deal Lake was damaged by the development along there. And the state's made changes to stormwater management plans and instilled some new regulations, and seems like this group is compliant with some. I'm very, very concerned about the construction aspect of it. But from a personal standpoint, I just can't see any more development in those hills. And I just hope the board sees that also. Variances are required, and I'm not sure why we'd grant variances for a project like this. It would be a perfect location for green acres for the township, and the developer doesn't have to go home empty-handed. So with that, good luck with your deliberations. That's it.
Hey, Carol's iPad. You're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Okay, my name is Diana Lee and my home is Nobility Crest, Building 5. When it became time for me to retire, I chose Ocean Township, New Jersey, because New Jersey is, after all, appropriately called the Garden State. Its natural beauty encompasses bucolic country settings, open farmland, protected wetlands, and the famous Jersey Shore. Our beautiful beaches attract tourism, and these dollars for tourism are essential to our state and local economy. Now, the massive size of Arbor Manor, its incompatible land use will have a tragic impact on the aesthetics of our environment. And equally terrifying, as you have heard from previous testimonies and numerous emails, Arbor Manor will also have a disastrous effect on the health and well-being of Nobility Crest residents. The pollution, noise, air, traffic, congestion will have a negative effect on the medical issues we deal with currently and in the future. 2 Zoom meetings ago, one of the board members, sorry, I don't remember who, or maybe it was Ron Kirk, who said, quote, "This is not a murder trial," unquote. But I believe that it is. The construction of Arbor Manor is likely a death sentence to me at Nobility Crest. Here at Nobility Crest is a community of community-minded people. We are veterans. We were healthcare workers, nurses, police, teachers, etc., all proud of the contributions we have made to society. Now, considering our end-of-life issues, we came to Nobility Crest, which promised us a place for seniors to peacefully live out our golden years. To the zoning board, as Ocean Township residents yourselves, please consider us with compassion, and to Arbor Manor, please vote no now, as well as for any future appeals. Thank you, zoning board, for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Donna Mendita.
I'll talk.
Okay, I'm going to mute. Yes, I'm sorry. First of all, I'd like to take the time to thank the board. I've sat through every meeting till all hours of the day, and I thank you for your time and your concern. My concern is I moved here 16 years ago as a new widow. I moved into a development which I feel very comfortable in. I love the fact that we're all houses, and my development in Nobility Crest next to us has been wonderful neighbors. But my concern now is you are taking away our privacy from us. We were a gated community that I felt comfortable in. You are now going to be putting, not that you're doing this, I shouldn't be using that term, but you are taking away from the fact that a lot of us moved here with the idea that we felt very comfortable. I moved from Middletown and I wanted to be close to my daughter. And obviously you don't want to live with your children, but you want to be close to them. And I love the idea of having a private home here, being able to go out in my yard and do gardening and stuff. And I just wish the board would consider that that's going to be taken away from all of us. We've had this community now for 16 years. And all of a sudden now we're going to be put in a very commercialized situation, coming and going out of our development. And we are a gated community, I understand that. But there are times when people just feel they can drive through, which is fine. But now you're adding extra people to our entranceway. And I just hope the board would consider that and vote no on the arbor. I thank you again for your time and all the effort that you put in. Thank you.
Ken, Cedar Village. You're muted.
There we go. Sorry about that. Yes, Ken LaPose over at Cedar Village. I've been listening to all these meetings. I was originally on the board over at Cedar Village when it was initially announced. And Mr. Donner, at the time, you said that you wanted to be a good neighbor. I think you ought to be able to get the point now that you're not going to be able to be a good neighbor. Yet it's not wanted, you know. And if you've ever gone to a party where you feel, gee, I'm in the wrong spot, you're probably being told that now you're in the wrong spot. So thank you very much.
Bill Commons.
Yes, thank you, board, for listening to all our comments and all our pros and cons. I've been a resident here for 16 years at Nobility Crest, and I think all you have to do is rewind this whole meeting and listen to Mr. Gordon Gemma, who was spot on and basically said this should not be built here. We talked about the detriments of was a phrase, the beneficial use of this or the detriment. The detriment for me would be our property values would decline. We have two signs in the entrance of our property here. One, Nobility Crest, nice, beautiful concrete signs, Nobility Crest at Ocean and Cedar Village at Ocean. And under the Cedar Village, it has a comment that says, a perfect place for this time in your life. Well, that's what we all thought when we bought here. I see Mr. Steinberg rolling his eyes, but you know, that's I see that's what we wanted to live in. But this is going to create a lot of heartache for us. We are in our senior years, and I would please implore you to please vote no on this. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Jackie, can you hear me?
Chairwoman.
Who, okay.
Jackie Wenzel is trying to get on.
Jackie Wenzel?
Hmm.
I don't see, but Jackie Wenzel, please begin. Is she there? Jackie Wenzel?
Let's see where she went.
I believe, I think Carol's iPad, your hand can come down. Donna Mendito. Bill Commons, did Bill Commons speak?
He did.
Yes, okay. Wilma's iPad, if you can lower those four hands.
I didn't have a comment yet.
Wilma's iPad? Okay. We'll go to Wilma. I'm sorry?
I'm just waiting for you to finish your sentence.
Okay, Wilma's iPad can begin.
Okay, I'm Wilma Wright, 74 Cedar Village Boulevard. I've been on the board at Cedar Village for the last 10 years, and I just started my 6th term, I believe. Not one of the homeowners in my development that has spoken to me about this project up on the hill has been happy about it. And I've had to listen to the upsets and concerns of all my homeowners. I listened to 295 units of people complaining about this. And I cannot tell you enough about how unhappy my homeowners are here. So
Just ma'am, just
Yes.
tell us you can't really tell us about other people. Okay, that's kind of what we call hearsay. Tell us your opinions, please.
My opinion on this is it's a mistake to put that up on the hill. And that's my opinion about that. It is not the right place. It's a great idea, but not for this place. I mean, we have the thing in Eatontown being built now that's going to serve the same purpose. We have Seabrook that does the same purpose. I don't see a need to plunk this monstrous tower up on top of our property and looking at that in and out every single day with people all over the place. I think it's a mistake. I do want to take a few minutes to say thank you to the board for listening to all this. I feel your pain because I feel it here myself. Thank you.
Okay, did we get Jackie Wenzel back?
I'm here, yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, up to 3 minutes.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm just going to keep it brief because I really just agree with everybody that disagrees with this development. I think, as I understand it, the project is, again, it would have to be rezoned against our master plan. Our master plan is there to protect us from this type of a situation. And we look to you, to the zoning board, to protect us from being bullied into situations like this. The environment, we listen on the news and all these elections about the environment being such a strong point and of concern for our country. And Ocean Township seems to be sometimes unaware of this. I mean, over and over again, more and more trees come down, more and more times we keep adjusting the master plan. And absolutely, for the people that live in Cedar Village, this will absolutely plummet the value of their land. We have green acres. We have money that has come from other developers that have paid into our fund. I would really like to see that money used, used on things like this, where this is like, you know, there's more mature trees. I mean, when you look at our area from our neighborhood from an aerial view, we're just becoming less and less green. And as many have said before, I'm talking now, you know, we all moved to this area for the beauty of it, and the beauty for Ocean Township. We weren't on the ocean, we were in the trees. And everything that made Ocean Township so appealing to many of us just keeps getting whittled away. And we really rely on you to protect us from that. And I hope that you will do the right thing here and not just get bullied again by these aggressive developers. I think we just really rely on you to stand up for us and to please use some of this Green Acres money toward the good of all of us. And that's all I have to say for tonight.
Okay. Carol's iPad is, I thought Carol's iPad went, or am I mistaken?
Well, we did go, there's a few of us here using the same iPad. So I would like to make a statement.
Okay. Mr. Steinberg, that's okay, because it's different people, correct?
Yes.
Your name, please?
Hello, my name is Carol Rocos at Nobility Crest, Building 5. Thank you for listening to my impact statement. I would like to address the builder's proposal of Arbor Way to be built because of need. I think we should talk about need versus greed. The builder's need is money. That's why we have a proposal bigger in size, out of zoning and ordinance, as well as not fitting into the master plan. This is greed, not need. Greed also applies to the city, county, and state. I'm living at Nobility Crest a little over a year in a new build. These plans were just recently approved to fit into the city's master plan for a senior community. Why did you welcome us seniors here? You welcomed us because we're taxpayers, 200 at Nobility, 300 at Cedar Village. We put no children in the school system. We get involved in our community. And you welcome our money here in the area. We have pension, retirement, Social Security, and you want us to spend it in the city, state, and county. And what do we ask in return? Peace for our retirement in what could be our last home. How can you justify truck traffic in our backyards, 24 hours of lights, sounds and smells, and all of the negative consequences of Arbor Way? Don't dismiss Nobility Crest because we're a small footprint in the community. We're condominiums. If we were houses, we would be about 10 blocks long. Could you send trucks filled with dirt down 10 blocks of city backyards? In addition, what impact will this build have on the settling of the 3 new buildings at Nobility Crest? Is this a fair return to us seniors? Again, consider the city's master plan. Between Nobility and Cedar Village, we are 500 individual retirement homes impacted here. Arbor Way is not part of the city's master plan for this area. This proposal is for greed, not need. Let's do the right thing for New Jersey seniors. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Carol's iPad, are you taking your hand down? Okay, I do not. Oh, that's Mr. Falvo. Okay, Mr. Falvo, you have 3 minutes. It's 11:07.
I echo much of what has been said. I moved here from West Long Branch 17 years ago because I liked Ocean Township, I like the community, I like everything else. I really don't feel like spending the final years of my life passing by an assisted living, nursing home, or a memory care facility. Because it reminds me that I might end up in
Getting good.
Mr. Steinberg, if you can mute.
Yeah, I'm just having trouble hearing Mr. Fowler. Can you get closer to the computer, Peter?
I'm trying. I just don't think this facility is in the right place. And I think detrimental value. The other thing is additional fill on that property was put there by the developers of Cedar Village and maybe even Nobility Crest. Because we moved in 2005, there were trucks constantly going up the roadway between Unit 8, which is one Nobility Crest, one Cedar Village Boulevard, and this site, dumping soil. And that additional soil just didn't get there by itself. There was an arrangement, we were told numerous times, between Continental Properties and the property owners, they could dump the soil there. So any hardship claimed by the property owner is self-inflicted. Thank the board for all their time. Consider all the evidence. I think there are just too many issues not addressed. Soil sample, whether or not they have to pile the job, size of these underground detention. You don't even know what the soil composition, if they can be used. Those are or built and sustained. Those issues have to be resolved before you can make a decision. Thank you very much. And thank you for your time.
Any other public comment? Any other public comment? Jess Levy? Okay, you're muted. It's 11:10. You have 3 minutes.
I only need 30 seconds. What I would say is first, thank you for the for going through this entire process as a board. I think you've been very professional. As a taxpayer, I appreciate your efforts. I would like to say that I hope that the zoning board protects the master plan of this master plan in Ocean Township and protects the taxpayers of Ocean Township. That's it.
Any other public comment? I am not seeing anyone else for public comment. Anyone else for public comment? Oh, Dina?
Hi, yes, I'm sorry. I would like to make a public comment. I am not prepared tonight because I've been dealing with headaches from concussion. But I also echo the gentleman's sentiment who said that half of our residents, if you can see the screen of Nobility Crest in the gallery, none of my neighbors are there anymore. And I don't think that we should move on to summations until next week. I also think that we need to have pity on Ms. Tallarico. She looks exhausted, and I think we should wrap this up for the night.
Well, Dina, can we just have your Dina, can we have your full name for the record, please?
Dina Denaro, Building 5, Nobility Crest.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Hey, are you concluding?
I would like to make my statement at the next meeting. I was not prepared because I've been dealing with a migraine today. But I really feel that if half my neighbors knew that you were moving on to public statements, they would have been here.
And it is very late.
It's not the point. If the public is here to make the comment, Mark, isn't this ending the public comment period?
It's not ending the public comment period.
It would.
Well, half my neighbors aren't here to make that. A lot of them signed off before they knew it was going to be a public comment, public statement tonight. We have waited months for this.
This will be a board decision. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We understand your position. At this point, it's a board decision. Do you want to permit another? I know Ron's going crazy with another meeting. The board has to make a decision that they want to hear more public comments and let the public comment at another meeting, or close the public hearing. That would be what we would, that's our choices tonight. Once we close the public hearing, we still need summations from both sides and then deliberations. So I don't think we're going to conclude that tonight, because knowing Mr. Donner and Mr. Gazarovski, we're looking at another time period between the two of them. So let's before we go to that, I don't know if the board wants to.
Mark, can I just have a brief input here as the applicant's attorney? If we're not going to finish up tonight with summations and a vote, whatever, I don't see any reason to close the public hearing and deprive other people of putting their statements in. If we're going to have another meeting, and let's have another meeting. We've been open and transparent, and that's where I think we should stay.
I happen to agree with Mr. Donner, and I know Mr. Kirk is not in favor of that.
No, look, I mean,
I don't want these people coming back and saying, we would have been there had we known we could have commented at 11 o'clock, so right. That's the problem I see.
I think everybody agrees with that.
And to be
this
fair,
is only for the board to discuss.
It's a board decision, ladies and gentlemen. So the board makes a ruling and we go with it.
So how does
one? I do just have one question for everyone who is still here. Is there anyone else from the public who is here who has a comment? I'm just curious.
That hasn't spoken.
That has not spoken.
Because otherwise we're going to open it up again. That's if the board feels that they can conclude the.
I just wanted to know at least if there was one more person here who had a comment.
If I could just make one, just like if that's not inappropriate, the chairwoman, if you want to hear from us in terms of continuing public record, I mean, if we're not coming to a vote sense in closing the public hearing from my standpoint, not from the lawyers, from my own standpoint, why would we? I mean, there's going to be a in my mind, I already heard enough. But if there needs to be more public comment, I mean, if there needs to be another meeting to sort of stop further public comment, just to me, it doesn't seem right.
I agree. I mean, I agree. I have enough information, in my opinion, to make a decision, but I think it's unfair for those who left to not be able to speak and comment.
Okay. Other board members, if you can quickly weigh in, because we did give Grace Ann our pledge to wrap up at 11:15, and
I just want to say thank you.
You don't look tired. You look fabulous at 11:16 p.m. You look.
I just want to say, I'm a team player. I would absolutely stay on all night if I didn't have this commitment in the morning. But I would like to be able to hear everyone that has a comment. So that would be, for next
Mark,
meeting.
Do you want to have someone to make a motion to continue the hearing, public comment, and?
Well, we're not closing the public hearing. So if we were to adjourn the matter, it would be adjourned, I guess, to the December 15th date. Are you going to, is this going to be another Zoom?
Only for a placard, for a placeholder.
For scheduling. Only for scheduling.
Mr. Donner will be doing something in January or February of next year.
Yeah. That's obviously so. All of our board members do not change, Mr. Donner, Mr. Gazarovski. We don't do that until July. So it's not a question if we're losing board members in January.
Just so you know, I'm open for any time that we can do it as soon as possible, or obviously with the board schedule. But I would like to complete, but I want to complete in an open and transparent way.
Yeah. So, all right. So I would suggest that the matter be carried until December 15th, 2022, without any further public notice or publication. That will not be a hearing night. That will be a scheduling night. If we can't get a date, which is it's only next week, if we can't get a date, they'll have to carry it to the January meeting on which we'll announce the date. But we can do it that way. I just, a lot of people are concerned about this, and I don't want people to have a bad taste in their mouth saying, they put something over us because I didn't stay. And there may be 6 people more that are going to comment, and that's it. And it's not going to make any difference because it'll be repetitive, but I think that they're entitled to be heard. They've hung in as long as you guys have. And then I don't think that's a large amount of time. And then I'll give Mr. Gazarovski and Mr. Donner sufficient time to prepare a reasonably short summary. And then we could discuss the legal ramifications and vote on that night. So it should not be a lengthy meeting.
And Mr. Steinberg, I do have a question. Whenever that date is, it's only for those who have not spoken in public comment?
Sure, you make the rules, and there's certainly nothing wrong with that. This would be for anybody who wanted to comment 3 minutes who have not spoken.
Okay.
We make the rules when it comes to something like that, and of course they
I
didn't.
just want to also just, I want to make sure it's legal, but to make sure that it is fair to those who may want to speak, that they don't have to wait because someone else already had the opportunity to speak.
No, and I agree. We've given each person 3 minutes. If they've had their 3 minutes, that's it. But I just feel that, and I think Mr. Donner's expressed it, we want to be as transparent as possible. I don't want anybody to think, I don't know which way the board is going, and I don't want anybody to think that we did it at 12 o'clock at night when everybody was asleep. That's
when you do vote with all of us still on, like the next meeting, or do you vote in private?
I don't know.
It's all public.
I'm sorry,
Everything is public.
I think
The
we're
board-
taking, we're taking longer than we did to keep the
Yeah,
public.
so I made a motion that I'm suggesting that someone move the motion that I just stated, which would carry this matter to the December 15th, 2022 meeting for scheduling only without any further public notice or notification. At that meeting, it will be decided whether or not we have a date. If we don't, we'll then carry it till the January meeting, at which time we will announce a date. Again, no further public notice or publication as the board continues to use this or activate this at each of its meetings. So somebody should move that.
So moved.
I'll second.
Moved by Mr. Fuller and seconded by Mr. Van Wagner, and a motion to adjourn.
No, did we get a vote? We need a roll call.
Oh,
I know it's almost 11:30.
Amy, can you please call the roll?
Yes,
Is Amy
Mr. Fuller.
still awake?
Yes. Mr. Bell,
Yes.
Mr. Van Wagner,
Yes.
Mr. Ashkenazi,
Yes.
Mr. Mamie.
Yes.
Mrs. Talarico, oh,
Yes.
Mr. DeGenero.
Yes.
And Madam Chair.
Yes. And a motion to adjourn. I'll move. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. Have a
Thank you,
great
everyone.
night. And
Enjoy.
a-
Thank you, board members.